On a dreary day here, it is not nice outside here, and it doesn't look good in northern Israel as well. It's been raining for days. If you've been watching the streams in Lebanon, the thunderstorms, the rain in the area, it's like this is. I believe that their rainy season is coming to an end. But boy, oh boy, have they been getting a lot of rain, as can be seen on the screen right now. So good morning to all of you. Good afternoon. Good evening, depending where you are. As we enter week 4. And I'm going to look to see if there's any confirmation about what happened allegedly last night. There's a lot of speculation out there that a missile was launched from Iran toward Diego Garcia. One failed, the other one was intercepted. There's all kinds of stuff, and I really don't like to get into it unless I know it's true. But again, speculation is speculation, and we can speculate all day long, all of us. But it's nice to vet information, you know what I mean? It really is. All right, let me continue to set up. Good morning. Yeah, they did strike Natanz. I have video. Yes. Good morning, Marianne. And Rod. And Jonathan? Yes. I'm going to get into that. I also have an interesting video that an Israeli reporter posted about how they hide their missiles in the desert, in the mountains, in all these locations hidden. It's an interesting video to see how they see them from satellite imagery. But let me enjoy my coffee for a second. Good morning, Jonathan. I don't know what Starmer's going to do. I mean, that is actually a British territory, although there's a deal that he's supposed to be making to lease it out. I don't know what the nonsense is. The Tripoli is still days away as of what Tusi said. Now, I have not looked into it, but we're not going to know anywhere its exact location unless the Chinese and Russian put out satellite imagery and give it to the Iranians intelligence, and then they leak out the imagery. But I heard that the Tripoli is days away, and what's the name of the other one? That's could be 2 weeks, up to 2 weeks away. I don't know if there's an update on the Ford. Is it getting repairs in Crete? There's a lot of, I hate to say it, I don't know, but I'll look into it. Good morning, KJ. So that puts Europe on alert if it's true that they launched an ICBM, a ballistic missile toward the Boxer. Thank you. Thank you, 123. And good morning. Thank you, Boxer. I mean, thank you. It's the Boxer, yes. Oh my gosh. It's early. I haven't even had my coffee yet. But I don't know. Okay, people are paying too much attention, and we should know this for us here in the United States. When the president makes a statement, some people just literally take it for what it says. He's going to throw stuff out there. It doesn't mean that's what he's going to do. He's just going to, when they pull him to the side and they're asking him questions, and, he's just responding. And some people just take it just too literal. There's no way he's going for a ceasefire. And he said that. And I said this many times. You don't do this. You don't start this unless you finish the job. The job is not finished. It's not. So that's just my opinion. You don't do this and get to this point and then say, okay, we're done. I know a lot of people, because they're seeing the economic effects, etc. But if this was to stay intact after all this happened, and somehow that regime stays in power, the revenge would be on steroids moving forward. The threat would be even worse than ever, because they're going to obviously want revenge for everything that's happened. And that also, you have to take into account, there will be different administrations moving forward, and how do they deal with it in the future. It's exactly, who said that? 1, 2, 3. He's not. There's no reason to take Karg. There's no reason. If you destroyed all the military installations, as was reported, there's no reason to expose our Marines and our personnel, our men and women of the armed forces, on an island that could be hit with missiles and drones? Heck no. I think that is a decoy. I do think, though, you may see operations at nuclear facilities to try to get the enriched uranium, if they know where the locations are. That's a tricky process in itself. Delta Force, whatever, to try to retrieve that. It could be buried. Or are they going to take the coastal area and secure that? But that still doesn't mean that they can't fire missiles and drones from inland toward the Strait of Hormuz. So to me, you got to continue to pound every freaking facility, drone factory, missile launchers, underground. You got to make sure you decimate them to, I will never say 100%, but damn 95%. You got to eliminate the threat before anybody gets on boots on the ground. It's too risky. Exactly. 1, 2, 3. And then here's the other thing. To get to Karg Island, you got to go through the Strait of Hormuz. You got to enter the Persian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman. You got to get there. Is it safe to move our Navy through the Strait right now? I don't know about that. You have to secure it first. So, from a common sense point of view, it makes no common sense. We're not ready there. We're not ready. I remember, even though it's on the way, the Tripoli, the Boxer, just like the carriers were, and just like the destroyers and everything else, they were in position, even though it happened shortly thereafter the Ford arrived. But that doesn't mean that they're going to do anything once they're there. One thing that does have to happen here, though, the Ford needs to go home. Whether they replace it, those sailors have been on, and all those servicemen and women have been on that for what, going on 10 months? That's way overdue for them to go home. They need to go home. You can't, you have to, we're human beings. It takes a toll, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Everything takes a toll. And like I said, they are human beings. And they need to go home. Bring in another carrier. Send that one home. Do something. Because another thing too, when you're stressed out like that and you're tired, you're not going to get the best out of those personnel because of everything they've gone through over the last few months. Remember, they came from Venezuela. They need to go home, in my opinion. And it's taxing. It's taxing on a person. I don't care who you are. You're not, no one's Superman or woman. They're human beings. They need, Alexa, stop. So I don't know if they have a plan to send another carrier, the Bush, anything there. Because remember, we have carriers. A lot of them were undergoing maintenance. The Nimitz is getting decommissioned. We have, though, there's carriers that are still, I don't know if they're working on getting those out of maintenance and getting them out there. And put them in them.
40,
Alexa, stop.
And
and putting them in service. But the Bush has to go. I mean, the Ford has to go home. What's up, Will? In my opinion, they need to go home. And now with these issues that it's had with sewage, laundry, all this stuff. I mean, could you imagine? Oh, I heard hundreds of beds had to be replaced, mattresses. I'm like, my gosh, what are they going through on that ship? Haven't they had enough? So that's just my opinion. Those folks need to go home. They need to come home. You need to replace them. You need to, if you're going to send another carrier to replace it, then do so. But you need to bring them home. Really. Either that or somehow in Crete, because that's a port. I don't even think that's possible because they need to come home. But you got to do something about changing those personnel on that ship. And I can't imagine what the families are going through and everything else in regards to that. Heck yeah, they're tired. And think of performance. You want to have the absolute exceptional performance, duty, capability of every person. If they're tired and they're stressed and they're, like I said, it affects you mentally, physically, emotionally. Are they going? I mean, they're going to do their jobs, but it puts a lot of strain on them. That's just my opinion. So I am not trusting what I'm seeing on the screen. It's because this is some crazy stuff that's going on. CNN allegedly was given access. I can pull it up on Telegram. They did a story on the missile cities. What are they, the spokesman for Iran? I was like, what? And it's right here. Here's the video. I don't want to get in trouble because I'm on the tube. But it was the Israeli reporter put it on. Look at this. Is this new? Is this current footage of underground cities, missile cities? I was talking about this too a few days ago about the missile cities. Are you kidding? Are you serious? How are they getting access to this? The Iranian government is obviously they have to do everything they tell them. It's the only way they're there. What are they, the propaganda arm for the IRGC? I mean, seriously. This is bizarre. And like I said, I don't want to get hit with copyright, but I can talk over it. But this looks like stock footage. This looks like video we've seen for years. I mean, it's the same thing. It's like stock footage. And what is this? This seems to be totally the propaganda arm for the regime. It serves what purpose? It serves their purpose. It doesn't make sense to me. I was like, what? What is that about? Now I'm going to get to, and yes, Natan's, I'm going to get to some of the videos now. There's some other interesting stuff too. I'm just going to go right off of Telegram instead of what I saved. Did you see? Yeah, I was talking about that when I first started about Diego Garcia. Tripoli will put a defensive bubble around the strait and ships will begin to pass. Checkmate. Like I said, 1, 2, 3. They've hit with, what is it? what is, I forget which one they used, but it was massive. They were hitting but with bunker buster type munitions along the coastal area near Bandar Abbas. They were hitting underground. Now, if everybody remembers, not too long ago there was earthquakes, 5.5 in that region. What were they doing underground? It wasn't a natural earthquake, because you could see the seismic activity. Where were the aftershocks? Excuse me. Why is it that Steve is coughing, Tusi's coughing, I'm coughing? It's like, what the heck is going on? But this is an interesting take. Right here, this image. This is 2025. And out of that photo, these two are left. All the others are gone. Eliminated. But the job is not done. And I know people are frustrated. So they hit the attack in the city of Desful earlier today. Reports of attacks in Tehran. I'll play it one more time. Wow, that was a big explosion. That was toward the end. That was like, whoa. So Iranian sources claim they launched 2 missiles toward Diego Garcia at a distance of roughly 4,000 kilometers. Assuming these reports are accurate, several conclusions can be drawn. The launch is largely a message to Europe. Almost your entire continent is within the range of our missiles, including Western Europe. This comes after several European countries signaled willingness to send naval forces to help the region reopen the Strait of Hormuz, though no final decision had been made. The Iranians are likely closer than previously assessed to achieving an ICBM capability, a long-range ballistic missile that could threaten the U.S. East Coast and major population areas such as New York, Washington, and Boston. This is why people don't realize. You continue to let them do what they're going to do. When they have that threat, they'll use it. They'll blackmail. This is, I mean, look at North Korea. You don't think that if we allowed this regime to develop this, look, this was unexpected, the range. So what else do they have that they've been working on that we're not aware of? So how do you trust that? How do you allow that to continue? That's quite a distance. And you know they're going to continue to work on this because they'll always use that as a threat. We can strike the east coast of the United States. I'm not saying right now, but they will use that in the future. I don't think people realize you can let this continue. It eventually will happen, and we may not be around to deal with it, but our children, grandchildren, generations going to have to deal with this. Iran's capability at these ranges remain limited. No missile hits its target. According to the Wall Street Journal, one failed and fell short, while another triggered the launch of a SM-3 interceptor from a U.S. destroyer. It is still unclear whether the interception was successful or that if the missile also failed independently. It is also possible Iran used, I can't see without my glasses, some missile to Khorram Shah, 4 missiles with a reduced warhead to extend the range, lowering payload weight and increasing fuel capacity. The original warhead of the Khorram Shahs is very large, around 1,500 kilograms, allowing significant flexibility and weight range trade-offs. This is one of Iran's most advanced missile systems, though they are believed to possess only a limited number. Earlier this week, a missile was launched toward Israel for the first time in the current campaign, one of these missiles. Good morning, Sean. Sean, I made that food. It was good. Yeah, we'll call it Italian. Nah, we'll call it a mix. It came out pretty good though, Sean, the dish. I actually have some left. I'm going to eat the rest of it today. Did you see the video? I was hoping you seen the video of the recipe. Good morning, Witch Moon. Yeah, it's kind of an Italian Puerto Rican adjustment. I didn't adjust the recipe too much, Sean, of the Iranian dish. It came out excellent. I had to tell you, it came out excellent. Actually, I kind of stuck to the plan, your plan. I read your email. So that's out there. That was crazy what happened yesterday near the Temple Mount and the wall. How close that hit yesterday. That was cray-cray. That is unbelievable. Could you imagine? What would have the response been if that would have hit either one? I mean, if you think of all the religions tied to this one spot, anything, any one of them, and this is bad enough how close it was in Old Jerusalem. Any one of those spots get hit directly, it's, oh my gosh. What were they thinking targeting this? What were they thinking? What were they thinking targeting this? One of the most, religious sites in the world. It probably is the number one. Some might say the Vatican. But, my gosh. And look how, that's crazy. That's insane. If they're capable of doing something like this, what else are they capable of doing? That's the point. You're dealing with some real sick individuals. This is sick. I don't care. This Muslim, Christianity, Judaism, a wrestling legend passed away. I don't know who it is. To even think about doing something like that is insane. Insane. Dennis Condrey, who is he? Oh, he was part of the Midnight Express tag team with Bobby Eaton. Okay. So yeah, that's cray-cray. Really. And they're putting out stuff. The other side, they always put out stuff. So somebody mentioned this. I don't know who it was. About Natanz. There's no video. But the other side is reporting, this morning, U.S.-Israeli aggression targeted the Natanz nuclear facility. Technical assessments indicate there is no radioactive material leakage has occurred and there is no danger to residents in the surrounding areas. So, yes. Remember, that was this morning. It's already the afternoon over there. Like, it's 6 hours ahead, so it's 4:14, I believe, in Israel, and 5:44 p.m. in Iran. So that was this morning. Somebody brought that up. So now they're showing more videos, the other side, of missiles heading toward, showing ballistic missile launches toward Israel. You know, they're putting out that propaganda video, and it looks like it's stock bullshit. I'm not sharing propaganda nonsense. And they're still hitting Lebanon, southern Lebanon, which over the last few nights, watching Steve, there's been a lot of thunderstorm activity, a lot of rain, a lot going on. Anyway, let me show you a couple of videos I downloaded. And images. Let's do the images first. So, there was a bounty, and he is now gone. This was the U.S. Department of State putting a bounty, a reward of these individuals. Well, you can take one off the board. You can take one off the board because they got... Oh, what's this now? Something just... Hold on. Something just came out. Hezbollah. Oh, they're fighting Hezbollah right now. The IDF is fighting Hezbollah near Naqoura in southern Lebanon. It's happening right now. Anyway, just to give you a little insight, it's this person right here. And his name is Saeed Agayani, commander of the IRGC drone unit, was eliminated. This dude right here. And he was on our wanted list. Good morning, Dreamer. And good morning, Helmet. So he was eliminated, and he was on a bounty. A reward. Bounty. Right there, right in the middle. Goodbye. He's gone. Head of the IRGC drone unit. See ya. So long. I think Qatar released a statement too. I don't know if this is it. Yeah, this is it. On the Strait of Hormuz. They, typical, you know, they want joint statement from the leaders of the UAE, UK, oh Jesus, France, Germany, Italy, blah, blah. You see all the countries there. I'm not going to read them all, but you guys can see that. I'm going to actually leave this up on the screen. We condemn in the strongest terms recent attacks by Iran on unarmed commercial vessels in the Gulf, attacks on civilian infrastructure, including oil and gas installation, and the de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iranian forces. We express our deep concern. Deep concern? I mean, this is a global crisis. Deep concern about the escalating conflict. We call on Iran to cease immediately its threats, laying of mines, drones, missile attacks on another attempt to block the strait. Freedom of navigation is a fundamental principle of international law, including under the United Nations Convention on United Nations. Here we go with this. The effects of Iran's action will be felt by people in all parts of the world, especially the most vulnerable. Blah, 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 blah. Well, do something about it. Do something about it. Just don't make a statement. Well, look. It's a joke. So they're just telling them, please stop. Please stop. Oh my God. I tell you. And this is why the president made that statement. I think he was being more sarcastic than anything else. Well, you know what? We'll just leave. It's not our oil. Let them protect it. Let them worry about it. Let them police it. It is blah, blah. It really is. Well, do something about it. And that's why that's a ploy for them to get off their butts and get involved. Otherwise, he'll pull out. And then what are you all going to do? That's what that was about. Excuse me. That's what that was about. People took it literally like he's just going to leave now. No, he's doing that on purpose to put a signal to these countries to get in gear, get in line, and get over here. This is your investment. This is your lifeline. And yes, it affects our market too because it's a global issue with the United States, but it affects the whole world. But still, my gosh. And China's allowed to go through, India's allowed to go through, only the United States and Israel's not allowed to go through. So if that was the case, we would see oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz right now. No, but they attack the infrastructures of Qatar and Saudi Arabia. And that's going to affect the market. Are you kidding me? And that's why they're using that as blackmail. The Iranians are holding the Strait hostage, and we have to do something about that. Must. Because they're not. They're not going to do nothing. And that's another thing. Exactly, Helmet. Oh, we're paying attention. This was in Iran earlier today. There's stills. It's hard to get, like, I mean, I haven't checked X yet, but, and I already showed that. Who's before and after. Oh my gosh. They're dwindling. All right, let me see the videos. There's only a couple. There's one that shows you about the missiles. This is interesting. They're hidden missiles, underground cities, and this is pretty interesting. I don't think there's any sound associated with it, but I could try. I don't think so.
Yeah, Stevie. I think
this gives you an idea.
I do think that
where
they
hide them,
some of the ships out of there,
where they're located, because they know they've got the eyes in the sky. They have the satellite.
This is also
they have the intelligence.
I don't
they know
feel
where
like
it is.
doing it because I don't. But you can find spicy Doritos,
so
drones that are in here. I'm trying to find you what year, but this is how they know that there's.
You can see it's time lapsed, and they can see all the activity going
usually
in
buildings
and out
that are marked
into
like
this
or look like
area.
this are drones. Also, have y'all ever heard of Missile City? It's another thing.
And it's vast. It's all over
Missile
the place.
City right here. Check this
Missile
place
City.
out.
See, they have it pointed out.
This is in
They got
Iran.
the markers on it to know exactly where they are.
Look
at
this.
them.
You just keep on going and going and going. Let me pull
Look at all of them.
out. That's what he said.
Look at all
you,
of them.
You can just keep on going and going and going and going.
I don't think they're around anymore.
Of all of these missiles.
It's unbelievable. It's
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
massive.
it is
It's all over the country, really, too. Look at all of them.
So to give you an idea, it goes all the way over here to all the way over here. To give you a distance, that would be roughly 5 miles.
Wow.
5 miles. 5
You know that's been hit.
miles of it.
Probably a lot of those videos where we see it, that massive
With 1.5
smoke that
miles wide.
extends across the screen. It's probably something like this.
So
getting
it's
hit.
literally known as Missile City. And then here's the other thing: is right in this
Look, right on the
area,
coast, underground
right here.
base,
Let
right
me
on the
pull out a
coastline.
little bit. That's what he said. So right here,
Right
you
near
have
the
the
strait.
strait. Okay.
There's another one
here
right
on
near
the
the strait, on
right-hand
the top.
side, you have a underground base. This is where they launch the drones out of. I have no idea how many drones they have, but they showed it off. The IRGC bragged about it.
And you know they've been hit.
Years ago. But so they'll have
All right, that's the video. Done.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Pretty
of
interesting how they have that all over the place. Hidden in mountains and valleys and deserts. This was also hit this morning in Iran. I would have to see which place this was. Let me see. I don't know if that's the same video. Let me hit another video. There's quite a few. Oh yeah, well I want to listen to this.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command, here for my 4th update on Operation Epic Fury. On day 22 of combat operations, U.S. forces continue to take bold action and remain on plan to eliminate Iran's ability to project meaningful power outside its borders. Just 2 days ago, the U.S. Army launched the longest field artillery strike in Army combat history using precision strike missiles. The strike took out Iranian military infrastructure, demonstrating the U.S. military's unmatched reach and lethality. Iran has lost significant combat capability over the last 3 weeks. We are taking out thousands of Iranian missiles, advanced attack drones, and all of Iran's navy, which they use to harass international shipping. Their navy is not sailing, their tactical fighters are not flying, and they've lost the ability to launch missiles and drones at the high rates seen at the beginning of the conflict. Our progress is obvious. U.S. forces maintain air superiority over Iran's skies, having now flown over 8,000 combat flights. Our air crews are performing exceptionally across the fight, from tankers to fighters and bombers to land-based and carrier-based aviation doing a superb job. Tankers are extending our reach so that we can keep constant pressure on the enemy. Fighters and bombers are delivering precision strikes against our primary objectives, and our pilots across the board are dynamically hunting threats as well, finding and eliminating targets in real time. So far, we've struck over 8,000 military targets, including 130 Iranian vessels, constituting the largest elimination of a navy over a 3-week period since World War II. My operational assessment continues to be Iran's combat capability is on a steady decline as our offensive strikes ramp up. While U.S. forces continue to sustain overwhelming offensive firepower, I want to recognize our air defenders mounting a coordinated defense against Iran's attacks. We have built the most extensive air defense umbrella in the world over the Middle East right now. This is thanks to years of investment alongside our allies and partners to build a robust and integrated air and missile defense architecture. For more than a decade, books have been written about the concept of a Middle East air defense. Today, it's alive and well. Our Gulf partners, in particular, have defended against thousands of Iranian drone attacks, a clear demonstration of the strength of our partnerships as we work shoulder to shoulder. We also remain zeroed in on dismantling Iran's decades-old threat to the free flow of commerce throughout the Strait of Hormuz. For example, earlier this week, we dropped multiple 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility located along Iran's coastline. The Iranian regime used the hardened underground facility to discreetly store anti-ship cruise missiles, mobile missile launchers, and other equipment that presented a dangerous risk to international shipping. We not only took out the facility, but also destroyed intelligence support sites and missile radar relays that were used to monitor ship movements. Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation in and around the Strait of Hormuz is degraded as a result, and we will not stop pursuing these targets. At the beginning of this campaign, I sent a letter to the more than 50,000 American servicemen and women supporting Operation Epic Fury. For our forces serving in the Middle East, I'd like to reiterate 3 key points. Number 1, be relentlessly lethal. We have the momentum. Number 2, be a great teammate. Continue to take care of one another. And number 3, steady your resolve. For we stand on the shoulders of giants, American heroes who have served with tenacity, grit, and honor. Fall back on your training. It is the best in the world. I just could not be prouder of our warfighters, and I know that the American people share in the same pride. Thanks so much. Godspeed.
Okay. That is great, but I'll say it again as we started this stream. We have to send those men and women on the Ford home and send a different carrier to relieve them. You know, that's the one thing. They've been out there way too long. If this is going to be extended for a period of time, you can't just keep asking them to do what they're doing, being out there. They're exhausted. They're tired. They need to go home. Send another carrier. I don't know if that's possible. Where's the bush? I mean, I'm just saying. But this is the thing. The American public here in the United States, do you think the media would play that video? I don't know. I don't watch it, so I don't know. This would inform them of what's going on there. If you watch, I'm sure if you watch the mainstream media news, it's you would think that this has been a failure. I'm speculating because I don't watch it. Maybe somebody could tell me. You would think it's a failure. They are pummeling and punishing and decapitating and decimating Iran. Bush is on the way. You know that to be a fact, John? They need to. They got to send those folks. And look, we heard about all these issues with the Ford, whether it was at the beginning, there was sewage issues with the toilets, then the laundry area, fire. Someone had to be medevaced out. That was a report. I mean, they need to go home. And if repairs have to be done, it needs to be done at home. I mean, come on. To me, it's a no-brainer. All right, this just got put out. What is this? U.S. forces have targeted a purported Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps missile storage facility in Khuzestan province in Iran. This just came out. I'm wondering where that sound is behind. That's pretty massive. That's an Israeli reporter that posts that. A lot of these videos come from him. But wait, what's this? This is happening right now in southern Lebanon, the IDF and Hezbollah fighting. Do you notice a pattern, though? What's in this image? A mosque. They're always embedded in mosques, schools, hospitals, etc. They always, that's their playbook. Because they know it won't be targeted. You know what I mean? Like, we're not going to target a hospital. Not the United States. We're not going to target a hospital. We know that they're hiding in hospitals. And they're using schools and other civilian populace used areas. I mean, and look where the smoke is. It's right near the mosque. It's not surprising at all, because that's the playbook. How long have we been hearing about human shields? Decades. Human shields. Decades. Exactly. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And this is why these people are, I don't even know how to describe it. The radicalization of the ideology, extremism, jihad, holy war. I mean, you're talking about some really, really fanatical people. I don't know how else I could put it. I know, it makes me angry too. I think the Ford coming home, David. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, John. They're way overdue to go home. They came from Venezuela. No, this is not Iran. This is southern Lebanon. This is IDF battling with Hezbollah forces in southern Lebanon. KJ. What's up, Kevin? IDF is fighting Hezbollah Radwan forces near An-Naqoura in southern Lebanon. They told the world that the area was clear of Hezbollah. They lied to the world. Blah, 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 blah. Where's this audio coming from? It must be coming from here. It says it's not. The audio's not on. I'm getting audio from one of my feeds. I'm going to have to find out which one. I'm like wondering, what the hell is that? It's this one. It is Beirut. There we go. Oh my gosh, that was going to drive me nuts. Hezbollah has announced targeting an IDF tank using an ATGM in the vicinity of southern Lebanon's Naqoura. Exactly, it's happening right now. Now the other side is reporting it too. So there's a lot going on in southern Lebanon right now. Let's see what's going on. The weather's really nasty over there in the region. Really nasty. You can't even see on some cameras. It's not, the weather's not nice there. There's Tel Aviv. Northern Israel. We'll keep an eye on Beirut though. Uh-oh. What's that? What is he reporting now? What? Oh. Oh my God, this is the guy I was talking about yesterday. This dude. He would be on my priority list. The head of the police. This guy is brutal. To what he did to the people, this guy's big time responsible for what happened on the streets of Iran. Right there. Him. So a Saudi report is saying that he was targeted last night. The Saudi channel Al Hadath quoted Israeli sources. Again, here we go with that. Take it for what it's worth. According to which Iranian police commander, Brigadier General Ahmad Reza Radan, was among the targets of last night's attacks. Last week, Iran's police chief warned that his forces would treat anyone who takes to the streets at the enemy's request. In other words, when it's time for them to, they think they're getting the order from us or Reza Pahlavi, whatever, as an enemy. So anyone who takes to the street is considered an enemy. That's what he said. You know what that means. All our forces have their fingers on the trigger. This is what he said. All our forces have their fingers on the trigger and are ready to defend the revolution and support their people and their country. So he's willing to go out there and slaughter more people if they come out to protest. Not really protest. Uprising. Revolt. He's threatening. They're considered the enemy. And that's why I keep going back to those attack helicopters they got from Russia, that they would use it on their own people. I hope I'm wrong. I pray I'm wrong, and we need to take out those helicopters wherever they are. But I would not, would anyone even think they wouldn't use them against their own people to quell an uprising? Absolutely not. They would. Look what they're capable of doing. Anything. I wouldn't discount it at all. So we have to do something about that. We got to find those helicopters, those Russian helicopters they got, and take them out wherever they are. Or maybe they already have been taken out. I don't know. All right, what's going in chat? Why don't USA join that and disable them before going to attack? I don't know what you mean by Join that. Yeah, 123. I mean, I'm really interested to see how this plays out with the Strait. And they're still going to go after leadership, especially in the regime. Not necessarily in the regime, because they've been decimated. But there's still the Mouse Jr. We don't know what's going on with him. But they're definitely going after the IRGC, as they should, and Basij and the police security forces, to give the people of Iran a chance to take it back. And they're going after them. Because think about it. If you have inexperienced people in command, it's, the proverbial S show. It's chaos. It causes a breakdown. People may say, screw this. Yeah, it's going to get nasty on the streets. But we have to do everything we can to give the people the opportunity to take action. So they're targeting them. There's video out there with the drones that the Israelis are flying over and taking out. They took out the judge a few days ago. They're targeting. You can see they're hitting Basij checkpoints and all these other locations. They are working on trying to take them out. I saw a crazy video where it was blurred out, and they were all congregating in a schoolyard, and all of a sudden, whoosh, and then they blurred it out because they were all there, and all of a sudden they got hit. So they're going after them. They're trying to weaken them. But we got to remember, Iran is a very, very large country. So there's still a lot of cleanup to do in there. A lot. There's still a lot to do. There's still a lot to go here, in my opinion. And then there's the Strait. That's priority. So, people want to say, let's just end it right now. Well, you end it right now, then everything that's been done to this point is moot. Because it's not done. And then we'll have to revisit this down the line again. So, and even though... What? Okay. Even though we hear that... What is this? Daily Mail. Take it for what it's worth, but... Oh, that was that photo that I showed. That's in relation to it. Israel hits Iran with massive airstrikes as ammunition dump is blown sky high and hit on airbase. Wow. Oh, that was the one I showed. Desful. Yeah, that's the one I showed. At the Vadadi Air Base in western Iranian city of Desful this morning. Look at that fireball. So yeah, that just came out. I just got that message. But you got to have the opportunity for these people to... You got to clear it out. And you can see it from the military perspective. They're pounding. They're continuing. They know what the mission is. They know what they have to do. Leave it for the military commanders, CENTCOM. Let them do their job. They know what needs to be done. And they're getting it done. But again, Iran is a very large country. It's going to take time. But you could see it's diminishing compared to when it first started. It has diminished. Yes, they are still launching drones and missiles, but the number has drastically reduced. So they're getting them. But there's still more to do. Because obviously they're still firing. As long as you see them still firing, you're not done. You're not done. You got to take them out completely. There's no half-ass here. Not in my opinion. There's no half-ass. You don't do half-ass and walk away. You finish the job. The civilian uprising cannot happen until the IRGC, Basij, and other forces are decapitated. Because you're just going to put these people, really, they're sacrificing themselves. See how they're going after that police general? They got to take him out. He's like one of the higher officials still left. Got to take him out. He was responsible, as others were, in what happened, the slaughter on the streets in Iran. And he just threatened them this week. Yeah, if they come out, they're the enemy. What does that mean? You got to take them out. So there's still work to be done before those people risk themselves, and then they're not armed. What are you going to do? On the streets of Iran, you're going to fight against a militia? How? You'll get slaughtered. And they will slaughter them. They have no problem with that. Because remember, it's anyone who does anything against this regime is considered the enemy of God, punishable by death, potentially. No trial, no jury, no nothing, no lawyer representation, nothing. You're guilty. Done. Look what happened to the wrestler and 2 others. 19 years old. Executed. Because he was protesting. Sick. Because if you look it up, they're considered an enemy of God. Anyone who does anything like that is an enemy of ours, which is therefore enemy of God, in their eyes, in their view. It's sick. Punishable by death. And you know what if he says that, they're the enemy, you know what they're going to do. They're going to slaughter them. It's going to be horrific. It's already been horrific. It could even get even worse. So those people cannot do anything until, like I said, the job is not done. We've got to take out the IRGC as much as possible. The Basij, all these security forces, they've got to get pummeled to give the people a chance to come out and take it back. Until that time, you cannot tell them to come out. It's not safe. Meanwhile, they're suffering. Food shortages, electricity, gas, whatever it is. You can only imagine what the suffering is going on in Iran. The poor people of Iran, the civilians. I can't even imagine. It's horrific. The situation is it's horrific. And we have friends here in chat that are in Iran. They come from time to time in chat. I can't imagine what they're going through right now. While all this is going on. So it's a really dire situation there. My heart goes out to all of them. And if you live in Israel, it's constant back to the shelter. I mean, people have already lost their life. Look how they actually were responsible for 4 Palestinian women in a salon, a beauty salon, losing their life. From what I know about Islam, a believer who leaves the faith is far worse than the infidel who never believed. Well, he made that statement, John, the police commander. All of our forces have the finger on the trigger and are ready to defend the revolution and support the people in their country. He said, he warned last week that his forces, that's why he's got to be taken out, would treat anyone who takes to the streets at the enemy's request as an enemy. That's the people. At the enemy's request, U.S. and Israel telling them to go out and take their country back. They're saying they're getting orders from the United States, Mossad, whatever, to take to the streets to take their country back, and they're considered the enemy now. You know what they're going to do. You got to take out that commander. You got to take out that threat to those people. That is a must. In order for this to succeed, there's a lot of things that still have to happen here. The Strait of Hormuz is number one. Still continue to take out their missiles, drones, all their defensive, well, actually they use it for offensive. All their offensive measures got to be taken out. Taken out. You're not done yet. And you have to try to take out the IRGC, Basij security forces that hold this country hostage. And that's a big get. So there's still things to be done here. If we were to, like I said, in my opinion, if we give up now, this whole thing is moot. Yeah, it's going to take them years to rebuild. Their infrastructure military infrastructure is severely compromised, all that. But they're still there. And what is the revenge factor? It's on steroids. We took out their supreme leader. We're trying to get the other ones. We took out all these other leaders. I mean, you think they're going to forget about this? If you leave them intact, you think they're going to forget about this? Then they're really going to say, the great Satan must go. And they're going to do everything they can. And we're not even talking about the possibility of sleeper cells. And what the hell was that drone incursion that I talked about yesterday? For days. It's insane. Who was responsible for that? So there's a lot going on. They launch two missiles toward Diego Garcia. This has to stop. We got it. And I know, the president says one thing. A lot of it is he's negotiating in public. He's putting out signals. But people, I'm actually going to check out on True Social if he's posted anything this morning. I know I think he's at Mar-a-Lago. No, he hasn't. Last night. Like a day ago, he had put this. And that's why he said that yesterday. This is why he said what he said yesterday. This was a day ago. Yesterday. Without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. They didn't want to join the fight to stop a nuclear-powered Iran. Now that fight is militarily won, I don't know about that. I don't think it's done yet. With very little danger for them, they complain about the high oil prices that they are forced to pay, but don't want to help open the Strait of Hormuz. A simple military maneuver that is the single reason for the high oil prices. So easy for them to do with so little risk. Cowards, and we will remember. That's why he said yesterday, oh, well, you know what? Maybe I'll just pull out, let them deal with it. It's their oil. It's going to them. China doesn't have to worry. India, some other countries don't have to worry because they're letting them pass. But this is your problem. It's not our problem. That was a ploy. That was a signal to them. We'll walk away. If you don't get involved, we'll walk away. Then what are you going to do? That's what he was doing yesterday. People took that literal, like, oh my gosh, he's gonna pull out. He was sending a signal to them. At least that's in my opinion. He was doing that on purpose. He was putting that out there. Because he knows everybody's watching and listening to everything he says. They were. Now let's see what the UK, France, and all these other countries do. We'll see. But you got to read into it a little bit. People take it too literal. So, I mean, to me, that's what he did. He's telling them, if you don't take any kind of stance here and provide assistance in securing the strait, then we're leaving. Then a lot of people say, well, he created this mess. Now he's just going to walk away. Well, what the hell are you guys doing? Nothing. What are you so scared of? What are you so worried about? And you know what they're worried about. They're worried about their internal issues in these countries. That's what they're worried about. Definitely. That has a lot to do with it. We're going back to pre-1979. Difference now is the rest of the Arab countries want it done. They are on our side. That's right. They are. See, that's where Iran miscalculated. They made a serious miscalculation that they could blackmail and intimidate the Arab countries. It was one thing to say, we will attack your territory, the U.S. bases that are on your territory, and then it's another thing to go after their infrastructure, which is costing them billions of dollars. That crossed the line. So it backfired. Because now the Arab countries are like, maybe, Iran is definitely the enemy. It's the Saudi prince. I don't know, I forget if he's the prince. But whoever that representative was the other night when they had the emergency meeting between the Arab countries, he said, trust is gone. There's no more trust between us and Iran. It's gone. And then the Saudis put out a video, a pretty impressive video of their military. But it kind of seems like they slowed down in hitting the Arab states now because they know better. Because they're at the point where they're going to do their own thing on Iran. Iran is the enemy. They tried to blackmail them, to pressure them, put economic pressure to tell the United States, we need to stop this. It's causing us too much collateral damage. It backfired. That's what they were thinking would happen. That the pressure would be put on the president by the Arab countries. You don't hear them denouncing the United States activities, this campaign, Epic Fury with Iran. It's actually the opposite. It's about Iran and denouncing Iran. And remember, it's a Sunni Shia thing too, but still, it backfired. Matter of fact, I don't know what country it was that they're going to commit to the $1.4 trillion military investment with the United States. I don't know if it was Qatar. I don't know what country. I don't think it was Qatar. It was UAE maybe. This is just reinforcing their alliance with the United States. I won't say Israel. But this is going to backfire. Yes, yes. 1, 2, 3. Yes, it's the focus is on Iran. They've always, you got to remember, privately they can't stand Iran. That's Saudi's enemy. Privately, what they say publicly is one thing. What they say privately, could you imagine what they're thinking and saying right now, privately? Oh, would I love to hear that conversation. Their thoughts on Iran. You don't think they would love to itch and go hit them right now? What would they hit? Would they go after their oil infrastructure like they're going after theirs? What would they hit that we're not already hitting? What would they do? I think what they could do is help and assist in degrading the security issues in the Strait of Hormuz. Help take out these targets along the coastline or inland that could threaten the Strait of Hormuz. That's what I would think they could assist on. Pound them. Help us pound them. It's not like they got navies, but you got air power. Give us cover. Help secure it. They can do that. The Saudis definitely can do it. The UAE is no joke either. They've got a force too. Qatar's got a few Typhoons and F-15s. It's not, but they'll go after them big time. But how much we hear that from what we just saw in the video, thousands of missiles have been destroyed already in Iran. How many missiles did they have? I thought the number was like 2,000 to 3,000. How many have they launched? How many have we destroyed? How much do they have left? How many launches do they have left? Forget about the missiles. We've said this since this started, before it started. How much do they have left? Did you see how they're trying to, because the Ukrainians with that, I think it's called the Stinger, and it's so cheap and inexpensive, and it takes out the Shahed drones, because they've been dealing with it for a few years now. The Russians got it from Iran. Did you see that? It's fascinating what they created. I think they can go 4 miles high, and they can reach a top speed of almost 200 miles per hour. It's got a small detonation device, and it impacts on the Shahed. It takes them out. At a very low cost. You got to remember, how much does it cost for an interceptor? A few million every time we shoot one up? Compared to what the Ukrainians have really been effective in intercepting those Shahed drones with. It's Qatar has the latest model similar to the US's F-15EX. All right, let me see if I see that. I got to see if this article, but I think the United States is working along with the Ukrainians on this technology, this thing that they're building. And it's very effective against the drones. I think it's called, I forgot what it's called. Is it the Stinger? That sounds like one of the old missiles. I don't think it's Stinger. It's something weird. What? Where is it? It's not that one. It's called the Sting. It's called the Sting. This thing right here. Check this out. It only costs $2,500 compared to a couple of million for a United States interceptor to be used. It's called, I knew it was Sting something. It's this right here. Ukraine's $2,500 drones hunt 1,000 deadly Russian Shaheds in 4 months. The Sting, oh God. The Sting has already proven its effectiveness in combat, marking a significant step toward evolution of drone warfare. They found a powerful counter in the Sting interceptor drone. It's compact, fast, and cost-effective, designed to neutralize enemy UAVs midair. The Sting can be deployed in less than 15 minutes and launched from virtually any surface without the need for a catapult. If a target is not located, the drone autonomously returns to base. With an engagement range of 25 kilometers, it is designed for rapid response to aerial threats, offering Ukraine forces a flexible defensive option against swarms of incoming attack drones. So they've been dealing with this. They've come up with this Sting countermeasure, and it's effective. The system works seamlessly with both analog and digital FPV stations. This is the Sting. And I saw a video on this. This might be the video. It is impressive.
Росіяни вчергове атакували Україну шахедами. Масована
Let
атака
me
на
stop that
Україну.
audio
Ворог
because I'm going to get in
атакував
trouble. And this is the drones, that. But then they came up with this. Look at this. And look how compact. $2,500 to make these. $2,500 to make these. And they travel at up to close to 200 miles per hour. Look at this. Give them credit for the innovative ability here. The engineering of this. I guarantee that there are a lot of countries now engaging with the Ukrainians on this technology, especially with the drones, the threat of the drones. Unbelievable. $2,500 to make a drone. How much is it costing us per missile? Interceptor. $2 million? $2 million? You know how many of those you can make of these? You don't think the Arab states would love to have a few of these? So the Ukrainians have reached out. Now, I don't know what's happening with that, but they did reach out. If you're interested in our technology, we have something. And they do. I think the success rate is 90% on these. Still, it's better than what's going on. Look at that. So there's that. Pretty impressive. Just saying. So it's called the Sting. Let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, I saw the Warthogs in action. Now, if the Warthogs are in action and helicopters in action, you know they got control of the skies. Because those are slow moving and low. I mean, for them to be in action, you know. Ukraine has shown great improvisation in their war with Russia. They have. Yeah, see, this is the thing, though. Obviously, they had to come up with some kind of a countermeasure to deal with the Shahed that the Russians are getting. We're getting. I don't know if they're still getting them now, but that is pretty interesting. Now, I don't know if I saw something that they're prohibited. Are you crazy? Let me see. Let's see. Look at that. It's 4 days ago. Ha! Ukraine's Sting drone is the most wanted weapon in the Gulf. Oh shit, that's old. The Pentagon wants to buy. This is an article coming from Military Times. These are Ukraine's 1,000. That says 1,000 here. It says 2,500 in the other. The Pentagon wants to buy. So, because these are so expensive. Between 1,000 and 2,500 each. They have 20 companies producing them. And they're still modifying them. They can fly 25 to 35 miles regularly. It is the war of technology. Those drones have downed 3,900 drones since May of 2025. That's what the Ukrainians are saying. I see it reaches close to 200 miles per hour. I was right. 195. And you can launch them from anywhere. The UK deal marked the first time a Western government licensed a Ukrainian-designed interceptor for domestic production. A model that 5 NATO countries, Germany, France, Poland, and the UK, have since agreed to build, jointly developed affordable interceptor drones of their own. And it depends on how much explosive is on it, the weight. So I don't see anything about the Pentagon being interested. We can help you fight against Shaheeds. Help us fight against ballistic missiles. So is that part of the deal? We'll help you with this and you help us with that? I don't know about that. Yeah, it is. It is telling that they labeled it Sting. Exactly. The cost effectiveness is incredible. 800 to 1. It's so, that's what I'm saying. The cost effectiveness of it and how effective it is. It is marketing, Daryl, for sure. It is marketing. But it is technology that, look, let's get one and then we engineer our own based on their design. Because I'm sure we can modify it and make it better. You would think. But then would the price balloon from 1,000 or 2,500 to 10,000 for one? You know how that works. You know how the military industrial complex works with the budgets. So it's inflated balloons. You know what I mean? They should be. Now, we're not seeing too much of these things left, but that doesn't mean that you have to create. Because if you have these swarm drone attacks, you have to have countermeasures in place to deal with this. So moving forward, this is something you definitely need to put on the radar, so to speak, and address this. How to counter these? Well, you have to come up with a countermeasure. Tripoli practiced this entire scenario with the Japanese beginning in March. Hold on, we're getting a bunch of messages from Telegram. The other side is putting stuff out. What are they putting out now? Joint IRGC Hezbollah attack on Israel. Rockets from Hezbollah toward Nahariya. Let's go to the northern camera then. Oh, shit. This is what they're putting out. Rockets from Hezbollah toward Nahariya. Missile from Iran towards Dimona. So there's shit going on. I gotta keep an eye on these cameras. We'll keep an eye on this. This is northern Israel. Alright, hold on. There's more. See, this is what I mean. Here we go. This just came out. Bahrain and the UAE are becoming the first Gulf states to declare that they will join the effort to ensure safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Where is the UK? Where is France? Because they really have the large representation of forces that they could bring to the region. Forget about the Chinese. Forget about the Russians. But, you know, they've got forces that they could send, especially the UK, as far as naval. Japan, Australia, and South Korea have also made similar declarations. Oh, I am not putting that on. What the other side is putting. An Iranian military told Tasnim news agency, quote, if the United States carries out its threats of a military invasion of Karg Island, it would undoubtedly face an unprecedented response compared to the surprise of the past 2 days. 21 days, I mean. What surprise in the last 21 days? You've been decimated. What the fuck are you talking about? Insecurity in other straits, including Bab el Mandeb and the Red Sea, is an option available to the axis of resistance, meaning Yemen. And the situation will become far more complicated for the Americans than it is today. Empty threat. You know that's an empty threat. You ain't done shit. They are desperate. And they know it. Yemen has to be targeted big time too, by the way. The Houthis are making statements. They need to be targeted too. Got to take out Yemen. The Houthis. Got to do it. That's a must. That's another one. Got to go. Enough. All right, let me see what I can find on X. See if there's anything going on X. A lot of talk out there. Continue for another what? So this is what a comment came from a pro-democratic Iran. This is a comment coming from one of them. So the Islamic Republic of Iran is still kicking and screaming. Every head that is removed is replaced by another psychopath. So now what? How do you end the war when every person you kill is replaced? Here is how. Increase bombings tenfold, and continue for another 3 weeks. Focus solely on the besieged IRGC command nodes, checkpoints. It's exactly what I said. It's exactly what I said. Increase bombing, I said that. Arm 20,000 to 40,000 revolutionaries across rural outer areas of Iran. We have to supply them somehow with arms to fight back. The only thing is, remember in the past, we've done this before. Contact individual commanders, generals, politicians within Iran and offer large cash incentives for defecting. That's true. Bribe them. Release 2,000 drones across Iran, watching the protests from above, eliminating suppression units. That's a great idea. Monitor that and take out the fuckers that are going to try to take out the people. That's a great plan to me. Fly this opposition figure to a border country, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Iraq, and televise it. Who is that opposition leader? Probably Reza Pahlavi. That's what the people want. Amid the chaos, take Karg Island and dismantle the ports, jetties, and leave 6 to 10 hour operation. This eliminates 90% of Iran's revenue for at least 3 to 4 months. I don't know if the president wants to take out their major oil infrastructure because it's going to cost down the line. I'm not a big fan of this Karg Island thing, and somebody in chat also. Daryl, you have a great day. I'm not with that. I am not with that. I'm not. But I'm not a military person. That's not my area of expertise, but I don't know if I would do it. For that, bomb it. If you, I mean, what are you going to do? I'm just looking at other articles. There's not much coming out. There's a few that I go to check on X. Oh my God. what the other side is saying is sick. I won't even bring it up because it's so bad. The propaganda is so bad. Oh, now Iran is preparing. This was 6 hours ago. Iran is preparing to escort Japanese tankers to the Strait of Hormuz. How are they escorting them? I thought they don't have a navy. How is Iran going to escort Japanese tankers to the Strait of Hormuz if they have no navy? I'm just reading you guys stuff off of X. Like what? That shit don't make no sense. CBS, this was yesterday. The U.S. is preparing to deploy 82nd Airborne Division into the Middle East region, CBS. There are already 8,000 Marines on their way to Iran. This is older news. Yeah, this is old now. I'm not going to go back that far. Wow, that weather looks terrible. Okay, hold on. Because I follow a certain bunch. 21 minutes ago. Oh, shit. The Israeli military released video showing damage to a kindergarten in Rishon LeZion, central Israel, after a cluster missile was fired by Iran. This is 21 minutes ago. Iran International released this. Senior home front commander officer said the attack shows once again that Iran was targeting civilians. So, a kindergarten.
To civilian population, they try to kill and to impact as much as they can. We are here in Saturday morning. It's the weekend in Israel. Most of the people are in their homes, but you can see here the penetration of a bomb, a cluster bomb, into this kindergarten. Fortunately, there weren't any kids in this garden, but just imagine what would have happened if kids were here playing, staying during their daily routine. Once again, we see that our enemies aim their targets to civilian population. They try to kill and to impact as much as they can.
And that's the thing. It's not, it just happened to hit that kindergarten, right? But that's not the point. These cluster bombs are indiscriminate. They just scatter and they're going to hit whatever hits below. That's it. Whatever it hits, it hits. It's indiscriminate. It's not like it's a specific precision target. It's just indiscriminate. Wherever it hits, it hits. Trying to inflict casualties, damage, anywhere. That was 21 minutes ago that was released. So yeah, they're threatening to disrupt the Red Sea Strait if U.S. invades Kharg Island. Iran threatens to dispute that strait. Good luck. How are you going to do that? They're going to use Yemen, the Houthis. That's how. The proxies. Oh, God. Iranian president proposed creating a regional security framework made up of West Asian countries to preserve peace and stability without foreign interference, Iran's embassy in India said on Saturday. The proposal came in a phone call with Indian Prime Minister Modi. Modi's he's having close relations with Israel. They're desperate. They are desperate. According to a statement posted by the embassy on X, the statement said Pezeshkian also told Modi that ending the war required an immediate halt to U.S. and Israeli attacks and guarantees that they would not be repeated. The embassy said that the president urged BRICS under India's rotating presidency to play an independent role in stopping what he described as aggression against Iran. Well, guess what? He's on the list too. 1 hour ago. Gadir Azarian, an IRGC commander in Iran's East Azerbaijan province, was killed in airstrikes in recent days, state media reported. Iran is loading 2 very large crude carrier supertankers at Karg Island, amounting to about 4 million barrels of oil worth more than 400 million, shipping analyst firm Tanker Tracker said on Saturday. Why are we allowing them to ship out oil when they're going to use that money to fund the IRGC? You have to cut that money line off. You have to cripple them. I don't get that. I don't get that logic. You're going to now allow them to get 400 million by sending 2 tankers out? We're going to allow money to go into the regime at this point? You want to choke them? That makes no sense to me. What is 4 million barrels going to do on the market? All that does is benefit Iran. That is ridiculous. I don't know what the hell is going on, but that doesn't make sense to me. This is all an hour ago, a lot of this. Israel's military said on Saturday that it carried out an overnight strike in Tehran targeting facilities tied to Iran's ballistic missile production and several air defense systems. The targets included a central IRGC compound used for the production and development of missile components, a storage site for missile production parts, a defense ministry facility responsible for missile fuel production, and another site producing ballistic missile components. The strike significantly damaged Iran's ability to keep producing key ballistic missile components at those sites. It said that the attacks were part of a broader phase aimed at expanding damage to Iran's military capabilities and that the strikes on weapons production facilities and would continue. So there's still plenty to hit there. A security site in Najafabad, Isfahan province, was targeted in an airstrike on Saturday and flattened, a resident said in a video sent to Iran International. Let's look at it. Oh, it's a Basij site. It's a Basij site. See, this is what they gotta hit. Good. What did I say earlier? You gotta hit the Basij, the IRGC, the security forces, the police. Look. That's what they're doing. The strategic oh my God, I'm stuttering now. Implications here is exactly what needs to be done. Weaken them, decimate them, take them out, because these are the people that are going to fight against the people of Iran. These forces, these are the ones. You want to eliminate them. The Basij, IRGC, security, police forces, they're really terrorists against the people of Iran on the streets right now. They're terrorists. A lot of them are outside. Proxy groups brought in from Iraq and other places. That shit has to stop. Oh shit. 2 hours ago, Basij motorcyclists were seen patrolling streets in Shiraz on Friday evening, while some forces took position on a bridge amid fears of drone strikes. See, this is the Basij. We got to take them out. These are the terrorists on the streets of Iran. They're under a bridge. Look at them. These are the ones you got to take out. I would take out anywhere these motorcycles are housed. I'm telling you, I would go after, and I'm sure they are. I'm going after all of it. All of it. This is 2 hours ago. The head of... Well, we may have to go to CENTCOM. Let's go to the article. This is 2 hours ago. USA strikes hit Iran coastal missile facility. Hormuz threat reduced. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. This is when we saw the statement, the video I played. I should play it again because people may have not seen it. By Admiral Brad Cooper. I played that video earlier. They struck an underground missile facility along Iran's coast this week. Anti-ship missiles, launch systems that the strikes also destroyed an intelligent radar system. He said that. He said that in his statement. Iran accused, this 3 hours ago. This is all coming from Iran International, by the way, on X. Iran accused the United States and Israel of targeting private and passenger vessels in the Persian Gulf, citing their repeated failures against Iran's armed forces. A spokesman for Iran's Qatam al-Anbiya central headquarters warned on Saturday that if such attacks were repeated, Iran would respond with what they call severe reciprocal action. They're all talk. They've always been talk. This is what they do. And when they say private and passenger vessels, are they talking about the speed boats, these fast-moving boats that they're saying they're private or recreational or passenger? Get lost. Get lost. When you stop attacking and threatening the Strait of Hormuz, we'll talk. Otherwise, I don't want to hear you complain. I don't want to hear a fucking word from you. Because everything that you can use to threaten, I don't care if it's private, passenger, military, anything that you could use possibly to threaten the Strait of Hormuz is going to get obliterated. You started this. I don't want to hear it. Everything that's floating, that's yours, will be destroyed. That's the way I would say it. I don't want to hear it. Anything that you put out there is considered a threat to the strait. Anything that floats and moves or whatever is out. Any possible threat, gone. Good morning, Dipila. I always want to say DP. And this is that Desful explosion. It was a munition site. That's what the Israelis are saying right here in western Iran. Let's play it again.
جاده بسته شده مجبوریم برگردیم انفجارهای عجیب
Wow. Wow. Allegedly, that was a munition site. That's what has been reported. I cannot confirm that, but that's what they're saying. It was a depot. So, a house in the forested village of Arbe Kaleh in Ramsar Mazandaran province was destroyed in pre-dawn strikes on Saturday. Footage was sent to Iran international shows. There was no immediate reports on who was targeted in the attack. So they were targeting somebody in here. Right there. Somebody was targeted. Oh, let's go back to that little ending piece there. Congregation in that yard. I would have hit it again. I'm telling you. That's just me, though. Four hours ago. Oh, that was on March 9th. The IAEA said it had been informed by Iran that the Natanz nuclear site was attacked and that no increase in off-site radiation levels had been reported. The agency said it was investigating the report. Grossi reiterated his call for military restraint to avoid the risk of nuclear accident. There's something here about infighting with the IRGC. But that's just commentary. This is what, again, from Iran International, for 5 hours ago. Strikes in Iran would intensify this week as Israel and the United States pressed their campaign against the Islamic Republic, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said on Saturday. This week, the intensity of the strikes that the IDF and U.S. military will carry out against the Iranian terror regime and the infrastructure it relies on will significantly escalate. He said Israel was determined to continue leading the offensive against the Iranian terror regime, to decapitate its commanders and thwart its strategic capabilities until every security threat to the state of Israel and to the United States' interests in the region are removed. The IDF is strong, and the Israeli home front is strong, and we will not stop until all war objectives are achieved. There you go. That's what I said. I agree. Oh, shit. An officer was killed after a drone launched by what Iraq's National Intelligence Service calls outlaw groups struck near the agency's headquarters in Baghdad on Saturday. Oh, shit, look at this. Police in Scotland charged an Iranian man and a Romanian woman after they were accused of trying to enter that naval base. I heard about that. Housing British nuclear submarines. The 34-year-old Iranian man and 31-year-old Romanian woman were in charge with following reports that the two attempted to gain access to Fast Lane Naval Base. I heard something about that. Oh, shit. 5 hours ago, Germany's Interior Ministry told Iran International that the threat posed by the Islamic Republic and its agents were assessed as very high and that the country was on full alert. I want to see this. In remarks about the threats made by Iranian officials against dissidents, Persian language media, Jewish citizens, and Israeli interests in Germany and elsewhere in Europe, a ministry spokesman said that federal and state security agencies had adjusted protective measures for Jewish and Israeli sites and reinforced them when needed. The spokesman said authorities were continually assessing the current threat level and remaining on high alert and would further adapt protective measures if necessary. The spokesman added that the federal security agencies were in close contact with one another, with state authorities, with the international partners to exchange information. Monitoring and countering opponents beyond national borders or transnational repression remain part of the Islamic Republic's activities. Asked about threats against Persian language media, the spokesman said Germany took any activity by foreign state bodies or affiliated agents on its soil very seriously and would not tolerate it. Oh my God. A senior, and this is another thing I was going to mention before. These clerics, these mullahs, these parliamentary members have to be gone too. That's a big part of it, and that hasn't been addressed, and that needs to be addressed. Look what this one says today. A senior Iranian cleric said the United States has collapsed and vowed fighting will continue until its complete destruction. In remarks during Eid al-Fitr prayers, quote, America has fallen and is no longer even recognized as a normal power, end quote. Adding that the war would continue and that Iran cannot be defeated with its current generation. Hey, they're delusional. They are so freaking delusional. And this is what I'm talking about. These parliament members, these clerics, these mullahs, they're the ones that do a lot of this talking. It's not just the regime people that we know, the names. It's these individuals. They got to go too. The parliament got to go. Okay, hold on. It's this morning in Bushehr. Hitting naval. A large explosion following an attack in Bushehr in southern Iran on Saturday. Footage obtained by Iran International shows the site was described as a factory and industrial complex involved in producing naval weapons. Well, let's check it out. This has no audio on it, but it's a whole clip. I want to see that again. This was this morning. Wow, look at all the other ones. I want to go back a little bit. I can't tell if those have been taken out on the side. Not there. Right there. What is that? Does those look burned out to you? See that? They look like they're toast. See that? Or is it me? Oh, you guys are warm down there? It's not too nice over here. Those definitely look like they were taken out. They look burned out. I don't know. Unless they're like rusted hulls. It looks like they've been hit already. Oh, here we go. A deputy at the Basij organization, he was taken out on March 17th, but now they came out with it. Asim Ismaili, a deputy of the Basij organization, was killed in a March 17 attack in Tehran alongside the group's chief. He previously served as the head of personal inspection at the IRGC's Khuzestan branch. So I don't know how delirious they are. And still internet blackout has entered the 4th week in Iran. Explosions and military activity reported in several parts of Iran early on Saturday. In Fardis, west of Iran, a Basij base and an old prayer site was said to have turned into a base for special forces. Witnesses in Isfahan reported the sound of fighter jets overhead and several large explosions before dawn. In southern Iran, Bandar Abbas on the Persian Gulf was rocked by repeated explosions from around 8 a.m. with blasts heard about every 10 minutes. On Keshem Island in the Strait of Hormuz, witnesses reported the sound of several fighter jets at about 5 a.m. A village in Ramsar, city on the Caspian Sea to the north, was hit at 3:37 a.m. with a strong explosion heard and a residential unit struck. In Astana, Asrafia, also in the north near the Caspian Sea, an area was targeted around 4 a.m. and a large blast was heard. So there's a lot going on. A lot is going on. A lot has happened this morning. Well, that was hours ago. Because it's already nighttime in Iran. So a lot happened this morning. Oh my God. Russian President Vladimir Putin said Moscow remains a loyal friend and reliable partner to Tehran and extended Nowruz greetings to Iranian leaders, the Kremlin said on Saturday. Another cleric said, Iran will continue fighting until all U.S. bases in the region are destroyed and Israel is eliminated, during a prayer services on Saturday. The enemy has suffered a heavy defeat so far. What? They're so delusional. And there should be no doubt that we will never lay down our weapons, he said at the prayer. Look. This is why I said these people, these clerics, these mullahs, these parliament members, they gotta be taken out because they're part of the poison. They're still there. You got to take out the parliament. That's just my opinion. You've got to take out these parliament clerics, mullahs, all these insane psychopaths. You've got to take them out too. They're probably, they're in the middle of prayer. We're not going to do something like that, but yes. Whoa. Did anyone see the news that 2 Iranians, yes, we mentioned that earlier, that they tried to get access to the base. So what's new? They said something stupid as they tried to enter. I can't remember exactly what they said. I mean, come on. That is ridiculous. It was actually an Iranian and a Romanian. He was 34. She was 31, I believe. I read it a few minutes ago. Okay, this is now old. It is crazy. Yeah. Police in Scotland charged an Iranian man and a Romanian woman after they were accused of trying to enter a naval base housing British nuclear submarines. The 34-year-old Iranian man and the 31-year-old Romanian woman were charged following reports that the 2 people attempted to gain access to the Faslane naval base. Insane. Insane. It really is. It's insane. Let's see. Oh my gosh, there's a bunch coming out over here. Okay, this is what we were just talking about. Now there's a video. The IDF released this video. Special footage from Iranian airspace. 5 strikes carried out within seconds targeting a missile storage facility where numerous missile array operators were eliminated. Throughout Operation Roaring Lion, the Israeli Air Force has continuously targeted the firepower arrays of the Iranian terror regime, in particular the ballistic missile array in Iran. Acting on intelligence, conducted 5 strikes within seconds on several infrastructure sites located with a large-scale ballistic missiles array in western Iran. So here's that video. Allegedly. So the IDF released this. Let's play it again. There's no audio, obviously. So again, they say they talk the talk, but they're getting pounded. Here's another video. Multiple airstrikes targeted the pro-Iranian militia positions in western Iraq.
شوف الساوة هذا احنا ليش ما قناة الطيارات سوى حين هذه الاتصالات
Let's play that quick. That's a quick video.
شوف الساوة هذا احنا ليش ما قناة الطيارات سوى حين هذه الاتصالات
This is coming from an Israeli reporter that I follow. Here's another one. More amazing footage from the massive U.S.-Israeli strikes on Vadadi Air Base in Desfel. I haven't seen a video coming from Desfel. Well, there's one now. Wow! Oh, I gotta watch that again. Holy cow! Wow. Holy. You could see the blast radius and the power. Boom. Oh my gosh, what did they hit? Whatever they hit was pretty big. Okay, what is this? Failed launches of Iranian ballistic missiles in Isfahan. Let's take a look at these photos. Let me go back. That's the video we just seen. Let me see these photos. And look, there's actually an explosion in the background. Wow. That was Isfahan. All right, what is the other side putting in? Impact in Nahariya. I'm not sharing that video because it shows I'm not going to do anything, to compromise location, because that's what they want. It's exactly what they want. Their propaganda. And there's no way. I'm going to be part of that. I wonder if Tusi's going to go live today. As nighttime approaches there in Israel. Let me check the other cameras. What the hell is that? Hold on. That must be the sun. Oh, that's the sun shining. It doesn't look like it's anything else. The weather is just horrific over there. Beirut, it was raining earlier. Oh yeah, This is Tel Aviv. Nasty weather there. Northern Israel. You can see the weather is terrible. I'm going to stay on Northern Israel for right now. Five hours ago. What the hell? Iran says its Natanz nuclear facility has been hit. Holy shit, we gotta look at this video. Whoa. Wow, look at the size of that fireball. My gosh. That was a big ordnance used. Wow. That is crazy. Wow. That is cray cray. So they're putting information on how it has dropped the amount of ballistic missiles. On day one, there was 350. Then it went down to 175, 120, 50, 40, 32. And it's been dropping, precipitously dropping on the amount coming from Iran. Maybe they're holding back. I don't know. There's a lot of propaganda out there too. Misinformation, AI, all that. I'm just going to play this because I can't show it because I'll get in trouble. Just listen to this clip from Fox News.
You mentioned Natanz getting bombed. That's one of the 3 nuclear enrichment sites that was hit during Operation Midnight Hammer. It's located 150 miles south of Tehran. As you mentioned, that is Iran's main nuclear enrichment site where they enrich uranium-235, that isotope. Not sure we have a periodic table available, but some of the officials I've spoken to about this strike say this is likely to detect if there is enriched uranium in this site. If you bomb the target and the no uranium or radiation, more importantly, detected, that means either you didn't hit it or it's not located there. So expect some strikes on Fordo and Isfahan. Those are the other 2 sites struck during Midnight Hammer. That could be what's coming up next. Now, President Trump offering a battle update brief to reporters aboard Air Force One. He posted something on Truth.
I already read the Truth Social post. What is this? There's a lot of fake shit out there. Oh my God. A lot of AI videos. Bad. Really bad. Really bad. It's really bad on X. I mean, they should do a better job, to me, on X to filter out and put the label AI generated. They need to do more of that. There's not enough of that. They need to put that out there because there's just so much BS. AI. And that's misleading, obviously. It's misinformation. You have to put the label AI generated video. Grok, do your thing. There's too much of it out there. It's probably hard for them to keep up with all this. To be honest, there's so much of it. It's really bad. Yemen to close that strait if the United States forces try to capture Karg Island. That's why I said Yemen has to be targeted too. The Houthis have to be targeted. Heavy. Heavy. There's so much going on. Okay, this isn't updated. They're all reporting on Natanz being hit. It's amazing how they tried to target Diego Garcia, though. I can play this video again. Maybe some of you have not seen it. I downloaded it, but let me see if I have it still. You should see what the Admiral said. I just don't know which video it is. I could tell by its size. It's probably this one.
But
no.
So they'll have.
That's talking about. That's what they hit. That we already covered. Here we go. You should watch this.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command, here for my fourth update on Operation Epic Fury. On day 22 of combat operations, U.S. forces continue to take bold action and remain on plan to eliminate Iran's ability to project meaningful power outside its borders. Just 2 days ago, the U.S. Army launched the longest field artillery strike in Army combat history using precision strike missiles. The strike took out Iranian military infrastructure, demonstrating the U.S. military's unmatched reach and lethality. Iran has lost significant combat capability over the last 3 weeks. We are taking out thousands of Iranian missiles, advanced attack drones, and all of Iran's navy, which they use to harass international shipping. Their navy is not sailing, their tactical fighters are not flying, and they've lost the ability to launch missiles and drones at the high rates seen at the beginning of the conflict. Our progress is obvious. U.S. forces maintain air superiority over Iran's skies, having now flown over 8,000 combat flights. Our air crews are performing exceptionally across the fight, from tankers to fighters and bombers to land-based and carrier-based aviation doing a superb job. Tankers are extending our reach so that we can keep constant pressure on the enemy. Fighters and bombers are delivering precision strikes against our primary objectives, and our pilots across the board are dynamically hunting threats as well, finding and eliminating targets in real time. So far, we've struck over 8,000 military targets, including 130 Iranian vessels, constituting the largest elimination of a navy over a 3-week period since World War II. My operational assessment continues to be Iran's combat capability is on a steady decline as our offensive strikes ramp up. While U.S. forces continue to sustain overwhelming offensive firepower, I want to recognize our air defenders mounting a coordinated defense against Iran's attacks. We have built the most extensive air defense umbrella in the world over the Middle East right now. This is thanks to years of investment alongside our allies and partners to build a robust and integrated air and missile defense architecture. For more than a decade, books have been written about the concept of a Middle East air defense. Today, it's alive and well. Our Gulf partners, in particular, have defended against thousands of Iranian drone attacks, a clear demonstration of the strength of our partnerships as we work shoulder to shoulder. We also remain zeroed in on dismantling Iran's decades-old threat to the free flow of commerce throughout the Strait of Hormuz. For example, earlier this week, we dropped multiple 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility located along Iran's coastline. The Iranian regime used the hardened underground facility to discreetly store anti-ship cruise missiles, mobile missile launchers, and other equipment that presented a dangerous risk to international shipping. We not only took out the facility, but also destroyed intelligence support sites and missile radar relays that were used to monitor ship movements. Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation in and around the Strait of Hormuz is degraded as a result, and we will not stop pursuing these targets. At the beginning of this campaign, I sent a letter to the more than 50,000 American servicemen and women supporting Operation Epic Fury. For our forces serving in the Middle East, I'd like to reiterate 3 key points. Number 1, be relentlessly lethal. We have the momentum. Number 2, be a great teammate. Continue to take care of one another. And number 3, steady your resolve. For we stand on the shoulders of giants, American heroes who have served with tenacity, grit, and honor. Fall back on your training. It is the best in the world. I just could not be prouder of our warfighters, and I know that the American people share in the same pride. Thanks so much. Godspeed.
And like Michael said, let them do their job. Let them complete their mission. May they be safe. Peace, love, prayers go out to all of them and their families. But my gosh, let them complete the mission. Like I said, you don't do half-ass, you go all the way. The military is not going to do half-ass, they're going to go all the way. They're going to complete the mission. When they say that they've completed the mission and have attained all the assets that they wanted to take out, all the objectives, when they say, that's when they say. Not beforehand. There's still a lot to be done here. At least weeks more. At least. It's not over. And it just has to go. It's just my opinion. You cannot allow this regime to stay intact, especially those poor Iranian people. This has to go all the way. They're in deep, you know what? They're getting decimated. What, you're going to give up now that you decimated them? You got them by the you know what. Finish it. Finish them off. This is not a warmongering or a war hawkish approach. It's reality. Once this started, you have to complete the mission. You don't stop before the mission is completed. And yes, it's at a lot of hardship for a lot of people. We get it. But what are the long-term consequences if we were to walk away right now? And some people would debate, well, we shouldn't have never got involved with it. That's a debate. The point is, it's happening. You know, we'll see. You know, we have to see how this all plays out. But to me, how much could they honestly have left? This is the 4th week. They've been getting pummeled. 8,000, over 8,000, he heard said it, over 8,000 targets have been hit. 130 naval vessels. Not just in the Persian Gulf, but the Israelis are working in the Caspian Sea area because the Russians are supplying them. They're getting cut off. They're getting isolated. Their production facilities decimated. I'm sure they're working on these underground missile cities. They're getting pummeled. We just don't see it. The public doesn't see it. The Iranian internet blackout has been going on for weeks. We're just not seeing it. People are like, so what's going on? Are we winning? Are we losing? What's going on? They have no clue because they watch the media. And I'm sure the media is not covering it and showing people exactly what is going on. I may be wrong because I don't watch it. I'm speculating. I may be wrong. But we can see based on the images and the videos that are coming out from people, Iranian citizens that are taking these videos and photos of what is going on in Iran. And it looks devastating. All over the place. And you know they got the sniffers out there to see, and that's actually a smart thing to do, is to hit a site and see if anything is detected. Is that a place eventually, potentially, that we're going to send special forces in to try to retake, or not retake, but to confiscate enriched uranium? Does it show evidence that there is some there? Is that a site of interest? Move to the next one. Because they're trying to hunt down where this uranium is. You know that. They're trying to figure out where exactly this uranium is. And by doing something like that could indicate that there's something there. Yeah, I already read that. 22 countries, big deal. They signed the thing condemning what the Iranians are doing in the Strait of Hormuz, but you're not doing anything. It's all words. I'm seeing if there's any messages coming through the phone. That's weird. I got someone's running, I don't know who this is running for New York governor. Bruce Blakeman sent me. Who is he? I'm gonna have to look into that later. Anyway, getting back to this. As night approaches there in Israel, let's see if anything else is going on. The weather's so nasty. You can see it. It's nasty over there. Doesn't look to be too bad, the weather in Beirut. It's been raining there for a few days. Definitely doesn't look nice in Tel Aviv. It's hard to see, with the weather that way. And this camera is not a great camera in northern Israel when it gets dark. We'll keep an eye on Beirut, because there is a lot of activity going on in southern Lebanon right now. A lot. I mean, they're literally battling right now. IDF and Hezbollah forces right now. Yeah, that's an interesting little note to make. 100% of Israeli-American strikes in Iran target military and regime assets. 95% of Iranian and Hezbollah missile launches toward Israel are aimed at civilian populated areas. You know? What is this? Impacts. Oh, that's the other side. I'm not putting that because they show too much. They do that on purpose. They put videos that show the wide view of where impact happened, and that creates insight. That's why the Israeli government doesn't allow the cameras to show what's happening. They either turn them off or they point them downward. Well, the other side puts it out as propaganda, and it shows a wide area of where this happened, and that gives insight, logistical insight, and I'm not sharing their videos, so I'm not going to play a role in that. But it's out there. They love to flaunt it. Wide view. Because a lot of the ones that are censored and allowed to be shown from Israel are more focused in on a specific area where impact happened, not a wide scale view, a wide view of what happened. Because it shows the enemy. They're not going to do that. I'm seeing if there's anything new. There's so much speculation and rumors and misinformation on X that it's outrageous. It really is outrageous how much BS is out there. What was that? Lightning? That was probably lightning in the distance. Caught my corner of my eye. That's crazy, that footage of the ammunition depot in Desful getting hit by Israeli Air Force a little while ago. Well, it was this morning in Iran. That is cray-cray. Wow. Look at the shock wave. Wow. Look at the shock wave on the explosion. Boom. Look at that. It hit an ammunition depot. Allegedly. There's a lot of BS, I'm telling you. That's a crazy. I don't know what he said because it's not translated. The foreign minister of Iran made a statement. So It's crazy what's going on in the strait. How that is lightning. I'm just checking out some other outlets. I don't believe those images of him are real. Uh-oh, what was that? Was that tracer fire going up in the air? Yep. Look at this. Should we put the audio? Something's going on. Tracer fire in the air. Probably a drone, maybe. Flying overhead. I did see it a couple of times. That's lightning. But on the left, I did see tracer fire. KJ, you need to contact the company that you ordered from and find out the status. I waited months for a package coming from Ireland that had to get through customs because it had metal. You don't know what I went through. Months. Because it contained metal and it had to clear customs. They wanted to know because of the tariffs. They wanted to know the weight, what kind of metal it was. It was, oh my gosh, it was crazy. Oh, from Ireland. I went through a lot, but I eventually got it. But it took like 2 to 3 months before I got it. I had to go to work with FedEx. Then I had to go to the company. FedEx wanted certain forms to be filled out by the company. They even wanted to know where the metal parts were made. It was incredible what I went through. Incredible. But I eventually did get it. After months. So you got to stay on top of that. So the IDF put out a graphic of activities in southern Lebanon over the weekend. They just released these. The IDF. We're not taking this off right now. I'm gonna show it really fast because there's stuff going on in Beirut. This is what the IDF just released in southern Lebanon. The audio's coming from the feed. I could lower it a little bit. I think we're going to stay on this right now. I'm still checking for any new information coming out. And just think, the night has just begun there. It's 6 hours ahead. It's 6:30 almost p.m. Alexa, what time is it in Beirut, Lebanon?
It's 7:26 p.m. in Beirut
7
right
hours.
now.
It's almost 7:30. That means it's almost 9 in Iran. I may need more coffee. It's only 12:30 here. The weather here is terrible. It's chilly. I was gonna do some outdoor work today. I may still do it. I gotta work on that deck a little bit more till I do the main job. But I gotta prep it for the main job once it gets warmer. I saw that lightning. It's actually turning nice here now. The weather's clearing up. It's supposed to be in the mid-50s. But that has to dry out before I do any work out there. This is what it looks like here. Right now. The sun is coming out. Looks a little breezy, which means wind chill. But I gotta do some work out there today at some point. We're going to stay on this. The other cameras are terrible. That looks like the car tail lights. That's nothing on the bottom of that in northern Israel. It's actually quiet. On these posts right now, X, Telegram. What is this? Oh my God. I can't watch that. It's graphic. We cannot show that. Oh my God. X labeled this post as containing graphic content. We're not showing that. Revolutionary Guards Aerospace Force Commander Majid Mousavi has come under criticism from senior IRGC officials for being absent during ongoing clashes and leaving his forces without leadership. Because he's scared to, you know what? I want to watch this video. Oh my God. We are not watching that video. Iranian state media on Saturday released close shots of a missile launch from an undisclosed mountainous area. Look at this sickness. This is what I mean. This is... Who knows if they're real? Who knows if that's real? This looks like something out of Planet of the Apes with the missile. Oh really? They're standing that close to that taking off like that? That looks so fake to me. That is fake. 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 That looks. See what I mean? They released that. Iranian state media released that. That looks fake to me. I don't know what you all think. That looks fake. They're standing that close to it. Fighter jets were seen flying over Isfahan on Saturday before they hit Natanz. Let's see that. An Iranian citizen recorded this. Allegedly. Where is it? I didn't see it. Oh, I see it. Right there. Look how fast. My God, it's so quick. Fighter jets over Isfahan. Right before they hit it, probably. Or after. Who knows the timing? I don't know. An IRGC attack on the UAE in the past 10 minutes. The UAE's Ministry of Defense announced air defenses engaged drones and missiles from Iran 10 minutes ago. They're still doing it. They are getting desperate, Marianne. They are. That just goes to show. The propaganda is getting worse. Like I said, misinformation, there's so much of it out there. Propaganda, AI generated videos, images, all that. It just shows how desperate they are to put something out there. Remember, it's on state media, so they're trying to show this to their people, their supporters, that somehow they're winning this. But when you live there and you see all these explosions happening all around you, well, that kind of makes me confused if I'm there. Like, you're showing us this, but you're not talking about what's going on here, all around us. It doesn't add up. You're saying we're winning. Well, we see all these videos. You know the CENTCOM images and videos, all that is not being shown in Iran. How we've decimated their navy and all these sites, and they have no idea. The regime supporters probably have no clue what's really going on, because they feed them that propaganda, that phony AI bullshit. Really, that's what it is. It's bullshit. And they believe it. Now again, they hit Iraq, Western Iraq, targets in Western Iraq, a munitions depot for the proxies. They've got to take care of the Houthis. They've got to address the Houthi issue in Yemen. They must address that. It's not what's just going on in Iran. You got to focus. They're taking care of Hezbollah. At least they're trying. Another proxy. So it's not just Iran, it's throughout the region, these proxies that have to be addressed. There's no doubt about it. And I'm sure we'll hear about it soon. Strikes in Yemen. Let me see what he put out. Oh, okay. some religious text. Crazy. They're putting out propaganda using the Bible. The other side. And it's not, it's... oof. So they're putting out a footage showcasing the damage, the other side, of a direct impact by Hezbollah rocket in northern Israel. And this is what they're claiming. Again, do I believe anything they put out there? I take it with a mound of salt. But this is what the other, I'm not even going to show it. It just shows an impact in what looks like a home from a Hezbollah rocket. It's definitely inside a home. And there's rubble all over the place. The ceiling's still intact, but I'm not going to share it. I'm not going to be part of their propaganda. I refuse. I wonder if Tusi's going. It's the weekend. I mean, Tusi needs a break too. I'm sure Steve will probably go live later. That's him. That's not me. Let me check. Any upcoming for Tusi? What is this? He updated this. I'm a member. Off the Record podcast updated today. View full podcast. Because I'm a member for Tusi. Okay. 2C TV, Off the Record podcast. I'm going to check that out later. I'm sure some of you are members for 2C and you see that. But he has nothing scheduled yet. Live. And Steve won't go live till later this afternoon because that guy goes on for 8-9 hours. So he won't go till late this afternoon and go through the night. Or this afternoon into the night. He streamed for 7.5 hours last night. Let's check Goldie. She's probably live. She's always live. Her and Armin. No, she's not live yet. They went on for 5.5. The day before they did 10.5 hours. The two of them. Wild. So they're putting, they're putting a lot of commitment into what they do. Where are we going? To the 2C Tavern? What is it? The Crown? What is he calling it again? Anybody in chat help me if you watch 2C? What's it? What's the name of the tavern he wants to do? In Tehran? Yeah, everybody meet us. Come to the tavern. I don't know if I want any more coffee. It's almost lunch. It's past lunchtime. I gotta tell you, I watched Tusi and Steve yesterday. The chats were terrible on both. We had the best. See, but he did. You gotta remember, Tusi's targeted by supporters of the regime, and they troll. That's what they do. you know, and he's got a massive audience, and so does Steve. So you got to expect that. We have a much smaller community here, but the community here is everybody here, whether we agree or disagree, it's respectful, and we debate. But it's a great community in here. And then from time to time, you'll see people trying to disrupt it. But it's not like they have to deal with so many people. You're talking tens of thousands. So the law of averages tells you that also brings the element of that. Do you know what I mean? Based on numbers. I mean, if 50,000, let's say 50,000 people are watching, or 70,000. Based on those numbers, you know you're going to have more disruption in the chat room based on the amount of people that are watching. Do you know what I mean? It makes sense. It's the law of average, the numbers. When you crunch them, it makes sense. When you have that many people watching and participating in chat, the likelihood is you're going to have a lot more of that. We don't see it because the numbers are 100, if not more, times lower than them. You know what I mean? It makes sense. So I get it. But at the same time, it is disruptive if you're watching it and you're seeing all that nonsense going on while you're trying to enjoy it. And if you see chat slow down, you know, you'll see a lot of that. It's unfortunate, but it's part of it. It comes with the territory. You have to expect that, you know? I just give them credit for what they do, and they're able to reach so many people and provide information out there. That's the main thing. So that's important. To me, at least. What? Eugene? And I know Eugene doesn't put bullshit out there. Breaking news. Iran threatens Antarctica. What the heck is that about? Yeah. When I watch them, Marianne, I don't watch them on the computer with chat. I watch them on my TV, relaxing, laying back on my couch and enjoying watching them, and doing it that way. I don't see a chat on the TV, so I don't see that. Now, if something were to come up and it's not like they're paying attention, if I thought there's something they need to be made aware of, I may pop into chat and put a comment, but they're not paying attention to that. Oh, okay, Eugene, you were joking? I was going to say, what the heck is that, Eugene? That caught me sideways. I was like, damn, what the hell is that? Hey, they did try to hit Diego Garcia. So when you say Antarctica, I know you're joking. I know you were joking. I know you were goofing around. That's fine. Uh-oh. Time out. IDF. A short while ago, missiles launched from Iran toward the territorial state of Israel. So there's a threat going on. I don't know if any of this is going to capture. Oh my gosh. The weather's so bad. Now, I don't have my app alert on because that lightning bolt was crazy. I don't have it on, so we're not going to hear sirens. You guys could let me know if you do. You know, but I'm keeping an eye on this now. I'm keeping an eye on Beirut on this camera, on this monitor. Let me see the other timeout. Let me check the others because they're going to turn the cameras off. I mean, I could put this audio on. should shut the audio off of Beirut. That's a plane coming in. All right, let's get rid of that audio. Let's put Tel Aviv back. The audio is on Tel Aviv. I don't know if there is audio, but it's on. Until they turn it off or point it down. Probably turn it off. It'll say live stream ended, or it'll go black, or they'll point it down. I need to grab a donut or something. I've been up since very early and I haven't had anything to eat. I'm gonna take myself off camera for a second. I'm keeping an eye on all the social media stuff too. I should activate my app. Stay up to date. As soon as I...
Dead Sea Hotels. Dead Sea Hotels Center.
Oh boy. That just came in as soon as I turned it on. Cray. As soon as I turned it on. We're gonna leave this on for now. Just to keep an eye. So that was a minute ago, the Dead Sea one. Because I'm looking at it on the app. I'm gonna lower the volume so it doesn't drive me nuts. Southern Negev, Dead Sea. Just issued. I'm lowering the volume because it's... Wow. Alerts from the last 24 hours. It's all over the place. That's from the last 24 hours. pretty much the entire country. So that was 3 minutes ago now. And we'll keep it open. I lowered the volume though. Yeah, there's just so much going on, and I'm telling you, keep an eye on China with Taiwan. Don't take your eye off that either. I'm not saying anything's going to happen. I'm just saying just pay attention. But China's dependency on oil resources from the region may make them reconsider about having supplies, because they're almost like totally dependent from outside sourcing, about engaging in a military conflict themselves. Just think what happened during World War II when the Germans ran out of fuel. They were stuck. I'm not saying there's an analogy, there's a similarity there, but that's something to consider too. Resources. I'm keeping an eye on the other cameras too. It's kind of crazy, because I've got cameras on 3 monitors. Yeah, I'm fine. Actually, that's what I do need to make. Even it's chilly in here. I need to get the wood stove going. It's a little chilly. For some of you, the heat is on. It's not on here, I can tell you that. We're still chilly up here in the northeast, New England area. It's still chilly. A friend of mine in Kansas City said today it's going to be 92 there. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. 92 in KC. See if we can get this started. Is that door closed? Yes. Oh my gosh, and now I gotta build, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So I got another piece of equipment, and I have a way to do it. But I may build or buy a collapsible table that comes up high. That's the problem. I would have to custom build it to put my equipment here, take this out and use it here, or even right here. Actually, it'd be better. I need to get a temporary, or build one, a table to put more equipment, because it's just too crazy now here with this additional equipment. It's out of control. I have no room in front of me. I have to put a laptop. I have to put this Rodecaster Pro in front of me over here. it would be great because I could swing and do it while and then put it away when I'm done. It is cray cray. Hi, Amy. 80 in Iowa? Wow. Bring that over here. I'm tired of this cold. Alexa, what's the high temperature for today? I think it's like 53.
Today's high will be 53 degrees with partly sunny skies. Currently, it's 49 degrees and partly sunny.
And tomorrow?
Tomorrow's high will be 63 degrees with a 68% chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon.
Oh, there's the
low
alert.
will be 38 degrees.
There's an alert. Now I can't even hear it.
I don't see any alerts.
Alexa, stop. It's to the north. We should go to the other one. Hold on. The other cam. It's really dark though. The audio for Tel Aviv is on. Confrontation line. Yep. To the north. I'm going to have to raise that up a little. I couldn't barely hear that. I made it too low. So yeah, the weather's not nice here in the Northeast. Fire is going. Not nice at all. And I want to do some outdoor work today. It's not a lot, but I got to get it done before it rains tomorrow afternoon. It has to dry thoroughly. If I don't do it soon, it's not going to dry for tomorrow, that the rain will affect it. I have to put some water in one area. It's not a lot. It's 10 minutes. But I got to do the prep. Mix it, put it on, then clean everything. That's like an hour. With all the other stuff. Social medias are quiet. What's this? Oh shit. 8 minutes ago. Missile strikes hit 3 IRGC speedboats.
Update. Incident ended. The incident has ended in the following areas. Drom HaNegev. Incident ended.
Alright, so
Gaz HaNegev.
that's been
HaNegev. Incident ended. Drom HaNegev. Yehuda. Arava. Yam HaMelach.
so they hit, causing a large fire according to videos received by Iran International. Let's check this out. This is 8 minutes ago. They hit 3 speedboats. That was part of that video we saw earlier. Oh, I want it. Wow. See, they're hitting their threats to get into the Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz. They don't even have a chance to get out. They're hitting before they even enter. So as soon as they try to leave, or they're hitting them. They're hitting them. We'll keep an eye. Let me check Tusi. Not yet. Why isn't that opening?
Home Front Command. Flash update. Early warning. Due to detected launches, alerts are expected in the
Same places.
מרכז הנגב, מערב הנגב, early warning. דרום הנגב,
Isn't there a nuke? I gotta look at this. What's in Negev that they're trying to target? Oh yeah, that's what they're going for. I wouldn't doubt it. Dimona. That's where they're going for. They're trying to hit the nuclear site. That's what they're trying to do. This is an old article, but this is why they're focusing on that. Because they got hit. Remember, they got hit today, this morning. It's located in the Negev Desert in southern Israel, so we're not going to see that. There's no camera down that south. Look. This is why they're targeting that. I put money on it. I'll put money on it. This is what they're trying. Because that's where all the alerts are coming from, Negev. But there's another facility there. I was looking it up. In Dimona. That's what they're trying to do. A heavy water reactor. This is what I think they're trying to target. I have a feeling this is what they're trying to target. I may be wrong. But I would not doubt it. Uh-oh.
Alarm. Abu Krinat.
Dimona Industrial. I knew it!
Dimona, Yerucham.
They're going for it.
Ar Arab Negev. Kasser El-Ser. Tel Arad. Sawa. Ashalim. Bir
Dimona.
Tlalim. Mashabei Sadeh. Revivim. Abu Tlul. Wadi al-Na'am South. Azuz. Retamim. Segev Shalom. Nitzana. Kadesh Barnea. Kmehin.
They're going for it. They're trying to hit the nuclear facility. Wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. They are desperate. They want to cause nuclear contamination or whatever by hitting the site. Oh boy, Israel's not going to take that lightly. They are not going to take that shit lightly. You're targeting a nuclear facility in Dimona? I gotta go watch one of those movies this weekend, Eugene. I don't know, Octagon or something like that. I'm gonna look it up to see if it's available. I gotta do a little of that later. Oh, Eugene, you're too much. Oh, man. What is this? Wild interception. Israel is busy today once again. New footage shows Israel Iron Dome systems intercepting and destroying a Hezbollah rocket mid-air over Dimona. Oh, shit. They're using... It's coming from Iran and it's coming from Hezbollah. Over Dimona. Look. Holy shit.
Home front command update. Incident ended. The incident has ended.
Incident ended because they intercepted it.
Alarm. Neve Zohar. Dead Sea Hotels.
That almost doesn't look real. I doubt sometimes because we have to doubt everything. Actually, the video audio is not catching up with the video itself, but
Alarm. Rotem Industrial Zone.
they're trying to hit it. They're trying to go for the Dimona facility. God forbid. It's funny you mentioned that, Eugene, because there was an article I read earlier that somebody made a comment to one of these posts on X, and he commented back because he said this isn't Hollywood. It's funny you say that. And it's a a democratic Iranian site. Almost... Holy shit, here comes the alerts all over the place. So somebody had put this comment and then he responded to it. You watch too many Hollywood movies. This is quite different from reality. Wake up. So he put taking out, the mouse, Shamkhani, Larijani, sinking the entire Iranian Navy in 2 weeks. Wasn't Hollywood enough for you? Watch what we have in store in the next 3 to 4 weeks when the uprising begins. It's funny you mentioned that because there was a comment about Hollywood in one of these posts. Just saying. It made me think of that. They're saying, oh, this isn't Hollywood. This is like a movie. Well, look what's happened in the last few weeks. Who would have thought? I mean, God forbid. I mean, there's still obviously a serious, dangerous threat here. But who would have thought they would have been taken out the way they have been? A lot of us thought they would, right? But there was always, you have to still to this day, right now, be concerned. Look what they're trying to do right now. They're trying to hit a nuclear, I'm assuming, if they're targeting Dimona, which they already tried again yesterday, I think it was. They're trying to hit that site. It shows how desperate they are, though. You're really trying to inflict a lot of mass casualty by doing something like that. So who the hell knows? What's up, Kendrick? It does, yeah, but just remember, as much as you do this PPP, when it goes, it goes.
It's running low already?
I don't know. It's all you. It ain't me. I thought it would be over in 24 hours. Well, the Ayatollah was taken out in an hour or two. That was unbelievable how quickly they took him out. Really, that was unbelievable. I don't think anybody would have expected that. I didn't expect that to happen that quick like that. That he was taken out that quick. Day one, couple hours in, gone. Wow. what is it, like 8:11 in Lebanon? So that would make it 9:41 in Iran. Israel is 6 hours. I guess they do the clock thing, because they were the same time as Lebanon. But now I believe Israel is 6 hours ahead. Lebanon is 7. Iran is 8.5. It's hard to keep up with all this. Alexa, what time is it in Tehran, Iran?
It's 8:41 p.m. in
It's
Tehran,
7.
Iran.
It's 7.5. It's not 8.5. So it's 7.5. And Alexa, what time is it in Beirut, Lebanon?
It's 7:12 p.m. in Beirut, Lebanon.
So it's 6 hours. So it's 6, 6, and 7.5 now, because we changed our clocks here. It drives me nuts. It really drives me nuts. I wish they would put an end to that. Daylight savings. I really wish they would put an end to that. So it's 6 and 7.5 now. I don't understand it. They should just do away with it. Goldie's live. She just went live. I'm going to do that for now. I'm just checking to see if there's any new information out. What is this? The headquarters of Fars Provincial Police in Shiraz sustained heavy damage following Israeli and U.S. airstrikes. Footage sent to Iran International shows. And I would say that's heavily damaged. It looks more condemned now. I would say that. You'd what for Goldie, Eugene? What? Checking the Tusi scheduling. Not yet. Goldie's probably playing her intro. It takes a while before it's done. I'm going to take a sneak peek into what she's doing. Yeah. It takes a while for her with her intros and stuff. It takes a while before, you know, they have all this stuff they play before they actually go live. What's up, Eric? So she's just starting. And like I said, I'm keeping an eye on everything else going on. Oh shit. They just relieved there was a moment of impact in Dimona. Oh my god. 20 lightly injured across Dimona from the strike. Oh man, this is coming from Israel News. Oh my god. Oh my. Damn. Israel News. Wow. Cray cray. That just happened. That's what those alerts were from. That just happened. I gotta check it out. I saw you sent it to me. I gotta check it out, Eric. That is crazy. They're currently operating at the impact sites. IDF is saying sites in southern Israel. The public is requested to avoid gathering in those areas. So it says sites, plural, not singular. IDF, Home Front Command Search and Rescue Forces are currently operating at the impact sites in southern Israel. The public is requested to avoid gathering in these areas.
Home Front Command update. Incident ended.
Yeah.
The incident has ended in the following areas.
Sawa, Abu Klur, Wadi al-Na'am South, El Amrani, El Masak, Neot Hakikar, Idan, En Hatzeva, En Tamar, Hatzeva.
Incident ended. Drom HaNegev.
A 10-year-old boy was moderately injured.
HaMelach. Incident ended. Merkaz HaNegev. Ma'arav HaNegev. Drom HaNegev.
Man. Crazy. Really crazy. I'm sure we're going to get more images and videos coming out from there. Is the Lebanese camera on? No. There was trace of fire earlier from there. Checking all the cameras out. Just make sure they're all operating still. They are. Let's go back to Lebanon. See, everything's happening in the south. This is Beirut. It's to the north. Not, I mean, but they have been striking targets there, but in southern Beirut, but the clash is really happening to the south between IDF and Hezbollah. Yeah, I'm gonna put this. I gotta share it. Eric, you know the Rock email. Can you send me the link there? Because on the phone it's a pain. Well, I could see the site. I could just type it up. But that's an app. But that says a website. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring it up on the computer. It should. It's trying to load. They even got cameras on the bottom. This is pretty cool. I'm going to bookmark this. Thank you, Eric. I'm looking at it now on the computer. Oh, you can click on the source. I see how that works. Really interesting. Nice little gadget to play with. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna check it out more in depth later. Wow. This is breaking. Robert Mueller, the former FBI director and special counsel who investigated the Russian interference, passed away yesterday at age 81. I can't confirm it, but it came over on my phone. Small arms, that could mean anything. Okay, what else? That they're repeating that. That a 10-year-old boy was moderately injured, 20 other lightly in Dimona. The IDF just put something out. A statement. Okay, here's more videos coming from the strikes in Dimona from an Israeli reporter. Probably the same one we just seen. We've seen that one. That's crazy. Sounds like multiple. Those could be interceptors, but that's crazy. The sound you hear is coming from the camera in Beirut. I'm gonna shut it off for now. So this is what the IAEA put out about the Natanz site getting hit by I don't know if it was a joint operation between Israeli and U.S. forces or one or the other. So that's what the IAEA put out. You can see where that's going. It's just like when they say something, the UN says something. It's just like, can we stop it? Any updates? There's been quite a bit actually going on. You should definitely watch, and I'll play it again for those that may have missed it. It's what the Admiral Cooper statement from this morning. It's really, really interesting. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. And here's why a ballistic missile impact has been reported in Dimona, southern Israel, with footage showing the moment of impact. The city of Dimona houses Israel's most important nuclear reactor, which Iran continues to target today. Multiple injuries so far. Ambulances are busy. What was I saying 20 minutes ago? When these alerts came out about Dimona and the importance of Dimona, why Iran is trying to target it. It's because of that. They're going after their nuclear site in Israel. Uh-oh. What's he doing? Just a little adjustment? What's going on? Maybe we need to put the audio. Did I miss something on this camera? Or was he just adjusting? Yeah, Eric, that is cool. Thank you for sending me that. And tell everybody I send my love. Holy shit. There's another video that Al Jazeera just put out about that hit in Dimona. I'm sure we'll see that video soon. I can't share the screen on that because I have it shared on other things. I'm going to check X. I don't think I follow them because to me they're so propaganda. Not a big fan. Oh, they did put it 32 seconds ago. But are they showing the video? It's just a... Oh, this one does not have it. They use GIFs. That's kind of retarded. They're not showing the video clip. They're just putting GIFs. Everything is a GIF. And it goes right to their site for like to read about it, but they're not showing the clip like I'm seeing over there. I'm sure the Telegram will put it out. That's whack. Let me see what Telegram's doing. In addition to the child, a 40-year-old woman was also moderately injured in Dimona. Israel is not behind the strike in Natanz. It was carried out by heavy strategic bombers. So that clarifies that. It was the United States that hit Natanz. I was wondering about that. Let me check this video. Holy shit. Whoa. Alright, I can show this. This is the other side putting this out there. Where was this? Dimona. We already seen this one, I believe. Yeah, that's the one we've seen. This doesn't show much but interceptors. But that's not the video I seen over there. Oh my god. So that's not the one. I'm gonna wait till that video comes out. Oh, it might be this one. Oh my god. I gotta watch the videos because I gotta make sure they're clean before I put them up on the screen. Jesus. It hit a residential area. This is Dimona a little while ago, a few minutes ago. Iran International. Jesus. These are coming, I think, from Lebanon. I'm not sure they're coming from Iran. I'm not sure about that. I don't know. Uh-oh.
Manara, Margaliot, Kiryat Shemona.
Where was this at now? To the north. Let's go to the north. Camera. The alert is for the north. I know the camera doesn't look great, but it is what it is. Holy shit. They have a photo the other side. And do you see? Look what it's saying. Oh my god, they're sick. Gas for gas, nuclear for nuclear. Wonderful job recently. And it's saying the footage we just seen. This is what the other side is putting out there. They're sick. What's up, Chris? And this is the image they put out. This is why they have to be taken out. They have to be taken out. We have to eradicate this. not sharing that video. At all. It shows what happened in a home in northern Israel. Sick. Here's another video of Dimona from the other side, putting it out there.
הכל עולה באש פה, אבל אני מקווה שאין נפגעים.
It's a residential area. I mean, they're trying to hit the nuclear, which is scary. It's scary. But it's crazy because I kind of predicted that they would do that earlier. You know? Seeing if there's anything else out there. We've seen that one already. You think their missiles would make it that far to severe damage? It depends if it's coming from Iran or from Lebanon. Could be fired from Lebanon into southern Israel. I'm keeping an eye if any other stuff comes out. So I'm going to change the camera back to Beirut. And let's just try to stay respectful in chat. Yes, we can agree to disagree with respect. Wonder what Goldie's doing. Because she is live with Armin. I'm sure Armin's on with her too. Still? Oh my gosh. Still with the music? That's been going on for some time now. I got that audio on. Exactly, Roy. Going after Diego Garcia? It's hard to say, Chris. It's very hard to say because it's probably being launched from southern Lebanon. It's not launching from Beirut. I'm just trying to see if there's any other new information coming out from that. I keep thinking that's something in my house, and it's the sound coming from the camera. It got quiet on the social medias. Telegram, X. Is this the same video? Yep. There's tracer fire. Let's put this back on. I just saw it go up in the air. Could be a drone flying overhead.
Homefront Command update. Incident ended. The incident has ended in the following areas.
Manara, Margaliot, Kiryat Shmona.
So they cleared it. All right, so here's an interesting video that the Israeli defense minister was speaking about earlier today. Maybe we should play that in the meantime.
נגד משטר הטרור האיראני, לערוף את ראשי מפקדיו. השבוע עוצמת התקיפות שיבצעו צה"ל וצבא ארצות הברית נגד משטר הטרור האיראני ונגד התשתיות עליהן הוא נשען תעלה מדרגה באופן משמעותי, והמערכה בהובלת נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ וראש ממשלת ישראל בנימין נתניהו תימשך. אנחנו נחושים להוסיף ולהוביל את המתקפה נגד משטר הטרור האיראני, לערוף את ראשי מפקדיו ולסכל את יכולותיו האסטרטגיות עד להסרת כל איום ביטחוני מעל מדינת ישראל ומעל האינטרסים של ארצות הברית באזור.
Oh, there you go. He said that this morning. I'm just going to see what this one's about.
Note here is that there has been no radiation.
I don't like watching the Indian media. It drives me nuts. Wow, look at this is what I was talking about, the clerics and the mullahs. And when they have their prayers, remember during their prayers, it's a short video and I'll share it.
اینها باید برن گورشون رو گم کنن از این منطقه و این منطقه باید از لوث اینها باید برن گورشون رو گم کنن از این منطقه و این منطقه باید از لوث وجود نحسشون پاکسازی بشه. این نجاست باید از این منطقه اسلامی تطهیر بشه به لطف خدای متعال. اینها باید برن گورشون.
There you go. And that was during a prayer this morning in Iran. So this is what I was talking about earlier. It's also these clerics and these mullahs. And there's a lot of them in parliament, in the Iranian parliament, that do this. And an IRG spokesman warns of stronger retaliation after strikes on key infrastructure. And here's his... Uh-oh.
ایران در تنگه هرمز بزرگی می‌کند. تمرکز ما
Okay, that was probably up to the north because it was one notification. Usually that means it's up to the north.
ما در این جنگ به دنبال رویکرد امنیت پایدار در قبال کشور و ملت خود هستیم. شما دنبال راه فرار هستید چون شروع تهاجمتان در مسیر حماقت و خودکشی بود. ایران امروز نه تنها در دفاع از خود بلکه برای امنیت منطقه و مسلمانان می جنگد. ایران در تنگه هرمز بزرگی می کند. تمرکز ما برای تضمین امنیت سرزمین خود و منطقه معطوف شده و حالا نتیجه را ببینید. با زبان اقتدارمان با شما حرف میزنیم. ایران خالق بستر امنیت در منطقه است و از رشادت ملت و نیروهای مسلح میتوان شاهنامه ها نوشت. شما امروز اعتبار و جایگاهی در منطقه ندارید. اقتدار هوشمندانه نیروهای مسلح و آسمان بالای سرتان در اختیار ماست. این را ثابت کرده ایم. زیرساخت‌هایمان را بزنید، زیرساخت‌های مهمتر و بیشتری از شما را میزنیم. ما همچنان قدرتمندیم و قدرتمند خواهیم ماند.
Delusional. Absolutely delusional. Delusional. I'm almost thinking he's watching my feed. Because I hear that in the background. I just played that. I hear it in the background on the camera. I'm like, what? Oh my gosh. What? I don't know if I'm seeing some cars. Yeah, there's cars down there. This is Beirut. This is not southern Lebanon. They're not going to evacuate Beirut. No, this is Beirut. All the activities happening to the south, near the border of northern Israel. That's why you're seeing, this is Beirut. It's to the north.
ما در این جنگ
Crazy. Just crazy. Uh-oh. Why did he move the camera? Did he see something? Is he going to try to zoom into maybe what he's seen? Or just repositioning it? Oh yeah, there's cars. This is Beirut. But off in the distance, they have hit targets in the suburbs of southern Beirut. The Israelis. What's up, Lorenzo? Yeah, I was showed that already, Lorenzo. The hits in Dimona. 20 people lightly injured, a 10-year-old boy and a 40-year-old woman moderately injured. There's vehicles on the street. I mean, this is Beirut. But he might have seen something in the distance. Something might have caught his attention in the distance. There's vehicles moving, you see them? You'll see cars, it's normal. I think I did see that one already. Let me see. I'm trying to find the newer one, because there is a newer one. Al Jazeera is showing it, but I can't put that one. Yeah, we showed that. I showed that one already, Lorenzo. There's another one that Al Jazeera is showing, but I can't show that because it's a live feed from Al Jazeera, and it shows it another video that really captures what happened. I'm sure the videos, I don't know if they're going to show it like that, but Al Jazeera has not posted it on X. Not that clip. Not yet.
Rockford, in terms of the global economy, we're...
It's Al Jazeera Arabic is showing it. If you're curious, look up on YouTube, Al Jazeera Arabic. That's the one that's showing it. I can't share it because I'll get in trouble. But if you look them up on YouTube, look up Al Jazeera Arabic and you'll see what they're showing. I'm trying to see if that video comes out somewhere. So far, no. I'm looking all over for it. Because it really shows it close up. Like, I mean, the actual explosion. I'm trying to find that video because it's really clear. They just put out a graphic, IDF. I don't know what it's about. So they hit a compound, strategic R&D compound utilized to develop nuclear weapon components in Tehran. This is what they're claiming, IDF. So they just put that out. This person has to be from the other side. I saw that. I already put that video up.
Whoa.
There it is. Here's the video. Got it. Finally got it. Here's the video. This is the one I've been waiting for.
Whoa.
That's the one. That's the one I've been waiting to find.
Whoa.
They're saying this is a hypersonic. That's what they're saying. This was a hypersonic. And they're trying to hit the nuclear facility in Dimona.
Whoa.
That is crazy.
Whoa.
They intercepted and get it. It's moving fast. Which could be definitely seen as a vulnerability to intercept it with the Patriots or THAADs or Arrow 3 or whatever. So that was just put out there. That's the one I was waiting for.
Command update. Incident ended. The incident has ended in the following areas.
That was the video I was watching. Looking on that screen. That was the one I was waiting to find. So yeah, that was the video I was looking for. That they were showing on Al Jazeera Arabic. They keep replaying it. And I'm going to take a break soon because I got to do some outdoor work before it gets too late. And then come back later. I haven't even had anything to eat. A donut and a few chips. No bueno. No good. Okay. Yeah, they are getting through. And that happened the last time too, during the 12-day. So that's a major concern, especially if they're trying to target Dimona and there's a nuclear facility there. That would be catastrophic. Catastrophic. If they were to hit that nuclear site. Catastrophic. And that's what they're trying to do. They said it in a post. Gas for gas, nuclear for nuclear. You hit our infrastructure, we'll hit yours. And that's why Israel came out with a statement and said, we were not responsible for Natanz today. That was the U.S. with heavy bombers. So they're trying to distance themselves from that attack because now it looks like Iran is going after Israel for their nuclear. So Israel's like, whoa, 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 we had nothing to do with this. It doesn't matter. Iran's not going to care. They're going to target it. You're working with the U.S.? Well, you're in cahoots. If they attack our nuclear, that means you're open to get attacked too for your nuclear. And that's exactly what's going on. They're trying to hit Dimona. Now, God forbid, like I said. Because it's not like you're talking about an underground facility where they were storing uranium or whatever the hell. This is a plant. We should actually look at it on Google. Let's see if it comes up. Let's see if it comes up on Google Earth. Google Earth. What would it be? Dimona Nuclear Research Center. Nuclear power plant near. Is that going to work? Let me lower my mic with the chips. There's the Negev. See, it's in this area. So where is Dimona? It seems like this is what they want to target. There's Dimona. Look how close. There's Dimona. Right there. It looks like they're trying to get to this. There's Dimona. There's nothing in Dimona except for residential. There's no strategic logistical reasoning to hit this. It seems like they may have been off a little bit in their targeting, which is dangerous because they would reassess. Because this is really, look how close. This to me is what they're looking to get. That's scary. That's a good question. It depends on what's going on at that facility. I don't know. And this is Google. Who knows if this is a updated image of this facility? Could be old. I have no clue. But whatever it is, it's definitely a nuclear research facility. It clearly says that. It can't be good unless a lot of it is underground like it is in other places. But what if it's not? I don't know. We can look it up and see if there's any information on this. That is a major red flag. This is old, but I'm still looking at it. See, that the newer images even show more. Because this is from a...
Satellite pictures analyzed by the Associated Press show...
I can't show the video because I'm in trouble.
...ongoing at the site of Israel's long-suspected nuclear weapons program. These satellite photos are of Dimona, that's in the Israeli desert, and has a heavy water reactor that's been functioning since the 1960s. That heavy water reactor, experts say, provides Israel with the plutonium for its nuclear weapons as well as the isotope tritium.
Shit.
That isotope is used to boost and also miniaturize nuclear weapons down to fit onto missile warheads. Now, the Israelis have never confirmed or denied having a nuclear weapons program, and the Israeli government did not respond to questions from the Associated Press over this construction. However, analysts who spoke to the AP, as well as the AP's own satellite analysis of pictures, show that this project could be any number of things, including what experts say could be a new heavy water reactor that could allow Israel to potentially build more nuclear weapons or potentially service the ones they already have. That isotope tritium that I mentioned earlier decays at about 5% a year. That means in about 20 years that tritium is gone, meaning that they'll need to continue to run a heavy water reactor to be able to have the nuclear weapons that Israel doesn't confirm that it has.
So the extreme heat that we are...
That's it. I'm looking for more updated information on it. Because that's an old. But they're trying to target it. That's a disaster. Oh, shit. It was set off from Iran. So this is getting crazy. There's articles out right now. And it's exactly what I was saying before it happened. This is just from today, Daily Mail. Look. Near a top secret facility that is key to the country's atomic weapons program. There it is. That's it right there. What's up, Kenny? They tried to hit this. They tried to hit this. This is dangerous. What is that noise? It's coming from another feed. Wherever that's coming from. Maybe Tel Aviv? I bet you it is. It is. I knew it. Tel Aviv. Kenny, I hope you're having a great day as well. So it looks like, yeah, Dimona. This is scary stuff. This is really scary. I just showed it on Google Earth. The proximity between Dimona to the southeast is that facility. Simon Perez nuclear research facility, which they say is part of the development of the nuclear weapons program for Israel. Heavy water. That is scary that they're trying to target that. That's scary. For real. That is alarming. And there was a post by a military commander that said, gas for gas, nuclear for nuclear, by an RGC commander. In other words, You hit our gas, we'll hit your gas. You hit our nuclear, we'll hit your nuclear. It's getting like that right now. It's getting really, really scary, dangerous right now, especially with these hypersonics. Hamas and Hezbollah have tried to hit it. Yes, exactly, Kenya. And this was allegedly a hypersonic missile that was launched from Iran, not a rocket coming from Lebanon, which is what I thought it was originally. Scary. It's scary. I would not even want to know what Israel's reaction would be if something like that would have happened. Maybe that's what they want. All I know is nukes should never be used. I don't care if it's a tactical nuke. I don't care what kind of nuke it is. A nuke should never be used. I'm not with that. You know how Russia plays that game? We'll use tactical nukes against NATO, Europe. Always rattling and threatening with tactical nukes. I'm not with any use of nukes whatsoever, ever. That should not even be a consideration. But could you imagine? I don't want to imagine. Like if that was to cause significant, and I mean, my God, I don't even want to think about it. That's like the dirty bomb thing. I don't even want to think about that as being a possibility. God forbid. God forbid. And if you're desperate, you know, anything's possible. That's the scary part. If they are so desperate to inflict damage, because, you know, that is the ultimate goal of destruction of Israel. And if they were desperate, that desperate, would they do something like that? Scary. Because we did hit Natanz earlier. We, United States. Israel's denying they had any involvement. So it seems like, and you know, that people are taking things literally. I would like to take a poll on this. Do you see this conflict ending in the next 2 weeks? Do you? Regardless of what you hear out there, do you think this is going to stop in 2 weeks? No way. There's too much going on right now. I don't see this ending anytime soon, actually. And there's a reason. You might want to say, we're done. Iran might think differently. Oh, no. We're not done. Remember that. It doesn't just have to be us. Oh, we declare we're done. Okay, but we're not done. You think they'll stop? Do you think if the United States says, okay, we're going to cease operations, we're done, our military objectives are complete, you think they're going to say, okay, we'll stop too? I don't think so. And they might actually want a window like that to do something cray-cray. You can't put your guard down. This is not that time. So, you know, we can hear all this rhetoric. Exactly, Chris. It doesn't make sense. It's not the military. Okay, it's different for someone to say something, but the military definitely looks at it from a totally different perspective. They're looking at it as in completion of the objectives of the mission. So is the Israelis. You can talk the talk, but they're the ones that are saying, and they know the risks. They know what's still out there. But, Mr. President, sir, we're not done yet. They still have the capability to inflict whatever. Again, what the president said, he said that for a reason yesterday. Oh, we're going to be done very soon, because he connected it to the Strait of Hormuz. And yeah, we'll leave, and this isn't our problem. That's their problem. These countries, because he's pissed that they don't want to send in support for Strait. Okay, we'll be done soon, and we're going to leave this mess to you. You deal with it. Your oil comes from here. This is your revenue. This is where this is your problem. Because he's trying to negotiate with them in public, saying, look, if you people don't cooperate and assist, we're walking away from this, and then what? What are you going to do then? That's what that's about to me. It's a ploy. It wasn't like literal that he's going to do it. He's just putting it out there to say that because he knows they're paying attention, and that they definitely paid attention to it. Because this morning the UAE, who was it? The UAE said they're going to get involved in securing the Strait of Hormuz. There was another one. I don't know who. I can't remember because this was earlier today. I read a statement. And then Japan, Australia, there was a few. Not the UK, not France, not Italy, not Germany. Oh, it was, I don't know if it was Qatar. Qatar plays that game. I would have to look it up. Let me see. There was a statement made. And there's a lot of stuff out there, boy. Okay. This was 8 hours ago. South Korea backs global efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but has not committed troops or naval forces. The Indian Navy has deployed 7 warships near the Strait of Hormuz to safeguard commercial vessels from potential attacks en route to India. I can't believe a lot of the stuff here, so I'm trying. See, this isn't, someone put this out there. I can't, this is just put out there. It's an opinion. But it kind of refers to what I was just talking about. Over 20 nations just announced they're ready. This was posted 7 minutes ago. Over 20 nations just announced they're ready to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Britain, France, Germany, Japan, and Canada are finally stepping up instead of free riding off America. Trump called their bluff and it worked. No more us carrying the whole load. Time to lock down and keep gas prices dropping for good. So, but there's no evidence, statements tying that to anything that was released. What's up, Moses? Moses, it's scary what's going on in Israel where you are right now with Dimona and Negev. Okay, here it is. Oh, that is a statement that was released earlier today. That is not true. That's not what the statement says. You see, I knew this was going, it was taken out of context. it's taking. Here's the full article, the full thing. I think I downloaded this image. Hold on. It's not necessarily what I read into it. I don't know if this is taken out of context. It's not what I got out of it. There was a joint statement. Let me see which one it is. No, not that one. Not that one. I downloaded it this morning. Yeah, this one. It's not what I got out of it. Joint statement from the leaders of the UAE, the UK, France, Germany. You see all the countries, right? It's just words. We condemn in the strongest term recent attacks by Iran on unarmed commercial vessels in the Gulf, attacks on civilian infrastructure, including oil and gas installations, and the de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iranian forces. We express our deep concern about the escalating conflict. We call on Iran to cease immediately its threats, laying of mines, drone and missile attacks, and other attempts to block the strait, and to comply with the UN Council resolution, blah, blah, blah. Freedom is a navigation fundamental principle of international law. It will be felt by people all over the world. The science supply chain constitutes a threat to international peace and security. We express our here's the part. We express our readiness to contribute to appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the strait. We welcome the commitment of nations who are engaging in preparatory planning. So what does that mean? Our readiness to contribute to appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage. What does that mean? Are they going to send in vessels? What does that mean? That could be interpreted any way you want to spin it. Through the strait. We welcome the commitment of nations who are engaged in preparatory planning. What does that mean? And then maritime security and freedom of navigation benefit all countries. We call on all states to respect international and uphold the fundamental principles of international prosperity and security. But what does that line mean? We express our readiness to contribute to appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the strait. We welcome the commitment of nations who are engaging in preparatory planning. What does that mean? Are they going to get involved? This statement? The UAE said they're going to play a part. What about all these other countries? Are they? What kind of role? The UK? Really? I'll believe it when I see that. And right now, I don't believe it. Just me. Not buying it. So that can be flipped to be interpreted any way you want to flip it. Yeah, Moses. My God. Dimona. And what's nearby Dimona? Shimon Peres Nuclear Research Center. That is scary. That is scary. What these psychopaths are trying to potentially target. It's... I don't know. Like I said. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Things are ramping up in southern Lebanon. CENTCOM publishes footage of an attack on short-range ballistic missile launches in an Iranian fighter jet. This was just put out. Let's see what this is. CENTCOM just released it. Say goodbye to your jets. So CENTCOM just released that. Oh God, what is the other side putting out now? Oh my God. Listen to this. Iranian parliament speaker, this is why I keep bringing up the parliament, mocks Trump's decision to lift oil sanctions on Iran to buy oil directly from Iran and says, sorry, we're sold out. Mocking the president. Oh my God. This is what I mean. This ain't gonna end. Here's a home that was damaged in Dimona.
משה, הבית שלי מפורק. תראה, החלונות נשברו. הדלת של הבית יצאה מהמקום. החדר שלי, הכל. נפילה צמוד לבית. אני אראה לך עכשיו את הנפילה בחוץ.
Thank God you're alive.
כל הבניין מרוסק, כמעט. והנה הנפילה פה, משה.
Wow, and you could hear the sirens in the background. Oh my God. Crazy, man. Crazy. IDF Chief of Staff confirmed today publicly that Iran launched an ICBM toward the Diego Garcia base. It shows the range, what the range looks like. So it also reaches Central Europe. IDF chief campaign at halfway stage. So does that mean another month? He said campaign is at halfway stage. Iran's missile fire at Diego Garcia shows that Berlin, Paris, Rome, all within range. It's almost, the military is almost halfway through its campaign against Iran. We are halfway through, but the direction is clear. In about a week, on Passover, the holiday of freedom, we will continue to fight for our freedom and our future. He says extensive damage we have caused to the Iranian regime over the past 3 weeks is the beginning to accumulate into a systemic strategic, military, economic, and governmental achievement. As a result, the regime of evil is weaker and Iran is more exposed, and without significant defense capabilities, the leaders of the regime who develop capabilities with the goal of destroying us are battered and confused. Just yesterday, Iran launched a two-stage intercontinental ballistic missile with a range of 4,000 kilometers toward an American target on the island of Diego Garcia. These missiles were not intended to hit Israel. Their ranges reached the capitals of Europe. Damn. Telling you, it's getting cray-cray. It looks like it's going to get more intense, actually. I'm gonna get it off in a few minutes because I need a break. It's called food. What is this nonsense? Lawmaker demands UN Security Council veto power for Iran. Never gonna happen. As condition to end war. Are you out of your mind? You'll never be getting veto power for Iran for the UN Security Council. Ever. Are you whack? A permanent seat for the Islamic Republic on the UN Security Council, along with the veto power, should be a condition for ending the conflict with the United States and Israel. A spokesman for the Iranian Parliament's Foreign Policy and National Security Committee. Are you nuts? Are you dreaming? Are you fantasizing? That's insane. It's never going to happen. A permanent seat? Are you nuts? On the Security Council with veto power? I don't think so. You have China and Russia on it. Go talk to them. You're not getting a seat down that table. Absolutely not. They just talk crazy. Like nonsense. Uh-oh.
Homefront Command, flash update. Early warning. Due to detected launches, alerts are expected in the coming minutes in the following areas.
Eilat, Eilat, Shekharet Industrial Zone.
Yeah, but is that to the north? Yeah, that's to the north. We should go to the northern camera. Hold on. Can I look at the map? Bullshit. Where is this? That's way to the south. I'm wrong. That's way to the south. Wrong, wrong, wrong. That's way to the south. Right near the right near the Red Sea. Holy shit. I'm telling you. I don't know. Oh shit. I gotta make a phone call. This is very important. I've got to do this right away. This is work related. So we'll just keep an eye on this while I do something work related. might be a good time to get off soon. New brand. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming since early this morning. Okay. Jesus. I hope that he's part of my contact over here. I never write down my passwords. I'm always changing my passwords, and then I forget what the hell my passwords were. Horrible. I'm always rotating. I'm in. That was luck. I don't remember his freaking email. Uh-oh.
Alarm. Eilat. Shekharat Industrial Zone.
Same areas down south. Done. What is this? Oh, from Dimona. Oh my God. They released, the IDF released images from Dimona. Oh man, poor dog. Oh my gosh. So that's what the IDF released. A red alert means incoming. They're saying that the launches from Iran to Eilat were intercepted. That's what they're putting out. So I'm going on 5 hours. It might be time for break. Might be time to break. Now Goldie's live. Let me see if Tusi's coming on live. I'm sure he's gonna go live at least once today. So I got things to do here. Then I'll be back later on. What is it? Not almost 9 in Lebanon and Israel, and almost 10:30 in Iran. PM. Still nothing scheduled for Tusi. I mean, the guy needs a break too. Oh, Crimson. Let me check that out before I will check it out. I'm going to turn it on really quick, Moses, just to see if it's available. Is it on Xbox? I'll do that right now before I leave. Wait. What's this now? Okay, we already went over that. Let me see what you're talking about before I leave. I'm going to leave these cameras up and running on my computer. What is it called now? Crimson Desert? I own the game Crimson Skies. I've never heard of this one. Why isn't it not coming up? Is it on Xbox? May not be. Yeah, I need a break, Marianne. I don't think it's gonna be here. I think this is not. I'm not seeing it. I can't even read that. What is that? Crimson what? Dragon? What the hell is that? I see Crimson. Oh, there it is. What is this? Really quick.
It's time. To take back what was stolen. So, you're finally here. You were expecting me?
Well, you Greymanes are a hard lot to kill, clawing your way back from death's door over and over. How'd you do it? Let's find out.
It's looking like a nice RPG. I like the way it looks. I do. Because that's gameplay. Wow. Oh, that's reminds me of another game that I used to play. Oh yeah, this will be on the list. This is definitely on the list. Oh yes, I do like it. I'm definitely gonna put this on my list. Because I gotta still finish Resident Evil and all that, so I've got other games, but I'm definitely getting this. But there's a lot of other stuff that's coming out too. The new Life is Strange. There's a lot. That's a whole different ball game. Now you're opening up this door. But anyway, you lovelies, I need to go take care of some business here. Outdoors, cooking, cleaning, all that good stuff. Yeah, I'm stressed out too. I need to step away from a while too, and going outdoors and doing a little work gets my mind clear from everything that's going on. But keep an eye out for Tuesday. Goldie is live. Keep an eye out for Agenda Free TV with Steve. I'll be back later, hopefully. But anyway, be well, be blessed, be safe to all of you. Thoughts and prayers to everyone affected by this, all over the world, really. Not even to deal with this situation, whatever you're going through. Prayers to all of you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, if you can. And I'll see everybody. Okay. And I'll see everybody later on. But keep an eye out for Tusi, Goldie's live, and Steve, Agenda Free. Till then, love to all. Have a great rest of your